I'm going to want you to break away from each other, and we're going to regroup you, okay, so that you have discussions with people that are perhaps outside of your immediate study environment. But we'll get to that in a short while. Excellent. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is a great opportunity for myself and Ursula to say more about the nuts and bolts of how we're going to build our data repository that I spoke about yesterday, the Almeida data repository. We're going to be using Wikidata for that. Ursula is our local Wikidata expert, and she's going to be speaking a lot more about Wikidata. But before we get into the technical side of that, what I wanted to do is to say a little bit more about the kinds of materials and the kinds of problems that the problems that the materials bring us, okay, that we're facing in this project, in this Almeida project. Could I have my, thanks. And how we feel Wikidata provides some solutions to some of those problems. Okay, it's not a case that it fixes all of our problems, but I just want to point out some of the de facto solutions that we feel that we can come up with by using Wikidata. So Wikidata solutions for informal literary archives, which is to say materials that have not received any structured metadata before. Okay. So the project is structured around certain case studies, and what we did is that we took studies that really challenge contemporary metadata standards. Okay, so and the challenges come in different ways. Okay, so sometimes the challenges are material, about the actual material state of the archive. Sometimes the challenges are about that you could say that they modal. It's about the form of the material, and sometimes the challenges are historical. In this case, the case study is Zimbabwean theatre manuscripts, and what we did is that we have basically, the National Theatre Organization of Zimbabwe was decommissioned by the government, and the materials were going to all just be thrown away. And what happened was that the archive got fragmented into 3 different smaller archives, all of them in pretty dire states. Okay, so the worst of them ended up in a outdoor sort of cage, and we discovered it sort of by happenstance. And unfortunately, we suspect that this has actually got some of the most important materials for Zimbabwean cultural heritage, because we could see that there were materials in Isindebele and Chishona that were actually in this state. We couldn't open the cage. It's really open air. It's got water damage. There's, rats, feces all over it. It's almost completely destroyed. So we're dealing with a very fragile and now fragmented archive. The National Archive of Zimbabwe is not interested in this material. And there's no formal infrastructure. There's no resources to sort of try and save these materials. I would say that the material that's in this cage is beyond saving. I don't think that there's very much we can do, excepting to maybe try and find the original catalogue of the National Theatre Archive and see if we can retrace what's in there and then try and do some urgent recovery work. That's the only possibility. But it's not all so bleak. Okay, what we did do in the Zimbabwean case study is that we collaborated with a local stakeholder called Rooftop Theatres. They run a thing called Theatre in the Park in Harare. And and they had their own, they had some of these materials from the National Theatre Organization, and they had their own archive, which was also in a pretty bad state, but not at least out in the open. Okay, it was sitting in a container in Hessian sacks. So what we did is that we just went there and we did the cataloging ourselves. So I worked with 3 Zimbabwean theatre experts, Pezizai Maedza, who's on the Almeida project, Nkululeko Sibanda, who's now based at Rhodes University in South Africa, and Calvin Chikonzo, who's based at the University of Harare. And we sorted the material and we catalogued 253 plays that they have at Rooftop. We left the archive is still maintained there and is going to stay there, but at least we have the data of what's in the collection, as it were. Okay, so and that's really typical of what Almeida wants to do. It wants to capture the information of what's there, even if there's no possibility at this stage of digitizing that material. Okay, so it becomes a kind of digital placeholder, you could say, for the materials that are not otherwise archived. And now we're going to use that model to build further collaborations with other stakeholders. So we're working with Amakosi Theatre in Bulawayo, and then some smaller rural theatre organizations. And the idea is to try and get a sense, try and sort of map out what is actually held in these informal archives, because this material, of course, is so important. Okay, so how can Wikidata help us with this? Where things like copyright or lack of resources stand in the way of digitization, because there are materials there that are really fantastic, but that we can't digitize because families or the copyright holders, we can't find them, perhaps, or we there's all kinds of problems that you face there. But at least we know what's there. Let's put it that way. And I can say that we found some real treasures from fantastically well-known Zimbabwean writers. Okay, handwritten manuscripts by Titi Dangarembga. We found hand-typed manuscripts by Stanlake Samkange. So these are they're real treasures for Zimbabwe literary history. At least we know that they're there now, as it were. Okay, and importantly, what this also means is that we can reconstitute fragmented archives. Okay, so how can Wikidata help us? By converting analog catalogs into machine-readable ones. Okay, so literally in this case, it was about going through the material. But what we can also do is hopefully find that original catalog from the National Theatre Organization, and then we can put that into our repository. By doing that, in a sense, one does some work towards reconstituting fragmented archives. And I want to give you an example of the urgency of that in another case, and that's the very, very famous Drum magazine. This is really extraordinary. So Drum magazine, we all know about it and know that it was a major part of African cultural life in the mid-20th century. But the mid-20th century, sorry, lost my... but the it's been digitized, but the digitized copies are behind a paywall. Okay, so it's digitized by a company called African. I'm actually just going to quickly show you this because this, if you can, just bear with me a second. There we go. Okay, so there's this company they have the cheek to call themselves Africa Commons, but it's actually run by a company called Coherent Digital, and it's behind a massive paywall. It's really expensive to get subscription to this archive, right? And they've made excellent quality copies of numerous South African magazines, but it really costs. Okay. And this is extremely frustrating, and I think that what we need is methods that allow for access around companies like this. What's also frustrating is that big universities like the University of Cape Town, even the National Library of South Africa are partnering with these companies. So that's frustrating. So what can we do? Well, let's see. This is where hopefully our metadata can help us. There are numerous smaller digital versions of Drum Magazine. Some of them are taken from the original microfiche copies, okay, so they're really, really bad quality, but they're there. And what we hope to do is to find links. What we want in Almeida is to only link to open and freely accessible materials. So what we've done is that we've started cataloging all of the literary materials in Drum Magazine. That is enabled by earlier indexing work such as this, Dorothy Woodson's Drum, an Index to Africa's Leading Magazine, people doing this metadata work from the 80s, okay? So essentially, we're already pretty close to having a full index of Drum Magazine up to 1980. Just the literary materials, to be clear. But what we haven't, and once that's put into our repository, we can then, as we go, link to where the individual digitizations exist, and hopefully reconstitute the archive in that way. Okay, it's not going to look like the one that Africa Commons has done, but it will be as easy to access, and in fact maybe easier, because of course it's not going to be such heavy data. So these kinds of low quality images are a lot easier to access and download. So hopefully it'll enable greater usage, let's put it that way. Okay, a further case study that we are working on that I mentioned in passing yesterday is small and popular magazines. So popular magazines like Drum I've already spoken about, but small literary magazines. Now, a lot of these are reasonably well archived. I've given you the example of Staff Rider magazine here. Staff Rider, the South African literary magazine that was very active during the apartheid years and was regularly getting censored by the apartheid censorship board. There is the University of KwaZulu-Natal has a digitization. Now, Karen, you're going to have to help me. It was called DISA. What does it stand for? Digitization Innovation South Africa. Yeah. And they, unfortunately, it sounds like they're not really very active anymore. But when they were active, they did a full digitization of the whole of Staff Rider magazine. It only amounts to 25 individual issues. And we know it's there, but the problem is with all of with most metadata about these kinds of magazines is that all you get is the fact of the magazine, the volume number, the issue number, when it was published, and that's pretty much it. But for the kinds of stuff that I'm interested in, I want to know who was writing what, okay? So it's what I'm calling the threshold of visibility of metadata, that we know there's a magazine, we just don't know what's in it. So what we are doing is that we are creating metadata for each individual literary work. And what that amounts to is a lot of work with a spreadsheet, as you can imagine. But it also means that we have, for Staff Rider magazine, there's more than 2,500 individual literary texts in those, sorry, I'm getting my numbers wrong here. That's what we've captured so far. I beg your pardon. there is over, now I'm remembering my data sheet, 800 individual literary texts, that's right. And those individual authors are then writing in lots of other magazines as well. Okay, so the idea is that once we create, and Ursula's going to tell you more about that in a second, once we create data about the author and these individual texts that they have produced, you start to map out a new sort of network that as yet metadata hasn't quite captured, okay, that hasn't made visible. You see literary networks in a different way than what you're going to get just by looking at the World Catalogue or kind of standard library data. Okay, so by creating metadata for each individual literary work, by going beyond this threshold of visibility, as it were, it allows us new levels of visibility. And Ursula is going to speak a little bit about a further case study that we've had on Swahili newspapers when she tells you about this. But there we've also managed to capture 326 individual novels and novellas written by people that were serializing in newspapers. Okay, so it really is about visibility in that respect. Okay, so linking authors, linking venues of publication and performance, new visibility to old networks, and reconstituting and making visible by linking to digital copies. These are really the ambitions of the Almeida project. Okay, we have now, we're going to do our first sort of breakout exercise before Ursula talks. And again, I really would like a little bit of shuffling of the room, because I think that in talking to the people we don't really know, perhaps more emerges here. So I wonder if I'm going to ask some of my, Nicholas and Ulia are on the Almeida team, okay? Can you help me to just reshuffle people a little bit? Thanks, guys. And what I want you to do in small-ish groups is to, and please write this down, because we're going to actually be collecting this. This really is going to help us in the project. Okay, so to brainstorm for a little bit about what kinds of cultural materials have you come across in your work that lacked structured or usable metadata? And secondly, what do you think it is that stands in the way of this material being catalogued or receiving structured metadata? Okay, is it because of the language it's in? Is it because of the status of that material in cultural heritage work? Yesterday, Patience mentioned funeral pamphlets. I thought that was really interesting. Is it that material lacks status in some way? Is it because of the material? Are there material concerns like the Zimbabwean theatre example? Is it because of current metadata standards that don't open to these kinds of materials? Okay, so let's do it. I think we're going to give this a full 15 minutes so that we can really get the discussion going. And then we'll have a quick regroup, and then I'll hand over to Ursula. Good. Particularly if the PhD students could break up and connect also around some of the people who have been talking at this conference, that would be great. Can I see who is PhD here? Oh, they're not here. Oh, they are for you. Okay. Excellent. Or master's student, anyone who's a postgraduate student. Okay. Maybe you guys can stand up. Thank you. Okay, and then exactly. See, I thought that there were groups. Okay, and then move about and find some people can come talk to Emmanuel over here. Some people can talk to Alex over here. Some people can talk to Karen over here. Some people Excellent. Ule, you can join this group over here. Nick? Yes, wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Nick, you can create a group over here. Come join a group. Okay. You guys are great, nice. You can join a group there. You can join a group over here. Okay. Sorry? Oh, yes. Sorry, also the undergraduate students. Come join some groups. Nice. I'm going to break up this. Otherwise, we're not going to have discussions. I hope that's okay. That's okay. So they should just... Nice. Okay. Maybe you can rearrange these chairs a little bit so that we are in a circle. Nice, 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 nice. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. This is good. This is good, Nick and Ursula. Perfect. Yeah, that's great. That's wonderful. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to maybe say that?
Okay, good morning. So please, the faculty members around, please let's spread ourselves in the various groups where two faculty members from the same department shouldn't be in the same group, so that we will have a broad spectrum of the discussion. So please, I want to see someone from African Studies or Theatre Arts and another person from Information Studies. Yes, Dr. Nikwe, Catherine is here, so yes, so I will be here. Yes, Professor Akosi Adakwa is also around.
Okay, this is on. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch, and welcome back to our second afternoon. The panels yesterday were great. I hope you also got to enjoy the workshop this morning. We have one more afternoon of panels and speakers before we break. Before we start, well, one thing, I've been asked if people can move towards the front, it will be less disruptive for the video. So consider coming on up a little closer. Before we get underway with the program, I want to give a shout out to all our sponsors. None of this would have been possible without sponsors from Ghana, from South Africa, from Sweden, and from Kansas. Thanks to them, we were able to bring our speakers from abroad, pay for food and catering, and just be able to create this space where people can come together. So you've already heard from some of our sponsors yesterday, but I want to give a chance to have a couple more say hello and highlight them. So if you would give your attention for a few minutes to our sponsors, that would be great. First, we're going to start with a short video from a project at Kansas called The History of Black Writing. This is a project that brings together, I think now, over 1,600 novels written by African-American writers from 1860 to the present. And they prepared a short informational video, so I think we can play that now.
In 1983, scholar Mary Emma Graham created a project concentrating on the analysis of Black literature. In 1991, Professor Graham's creation became known as the Project on the History of Black Writing, or HBW. One of HBW's most ambitious, distinguishing goals was to identify and catalog as many African American novels as possible. Between 1983 and 2022, HBW amassed a collection of approximately 6,100 African American novels. 6,100 novels. The HBW collection includes novels published in every decade, from the 1850s to the 2020s. The collection contains novels in a variety of genres: science fiction, detective fiction, coming-of-age novels, neo-slave narratives, romance novels, thrillers, religious novels. The efforts on behalf of HBW to document thousands of African American novels are truly remarkable. In 1983, scholar...
We've already, and what they didn't mention here is that they have a big digital initiative going on where they're digitizing the text of all those novels, not for reading, but to make them searchable and available for text mining and analysis. And they're creating a metadata schema for all the novels where they're identifying things like age of protagonist, presence of music or presence of violence in the book. And then they also host every year a set of fellows or scholars from around the country who are making use of that resource and kind of giving back to that. So it's both a digital project and a community building project as well. Next, I'm really pleased to introduce the Dean of my libraries, Carol Smith, Dean of Kojo's Library. KU Libraries is one of the sponsors of this event, and Carol is here to say a few words. Carol, over to you.
Yes, well, I almost said good morning to everyone in Accra. I think it's afternoon there. It's still kind of early here in Lawrence, Kansas. Hello, Brian. Hi, Kojo. Hello to all KU colleagues and students attending the symposium. I know there's quite a few of you. Both Brian and Kojo can tell you that I would much rather be there with you in person today versus here in Lawrence, Kansas, but I am there with you in spirit. On behalf of the entire libraries team at the University of Kansas and the leadership of KU Libraries, I would really like to express just how much enthusiasm we have for the African Digital Humanities Symposium and all the scholarly exchanges that are taking place there with you today. And what an honor it is for us to have the opportunity to sponsor it and help make it happen. There's so many reasons for our enthusiasm for the symposium. High among them, I would say, is just knowing that ours is an interconnected world. It's, as we all know, also a rather disjointed and somewhat challenging world, and knowing that the humanities are what actually connect us, right? The humanities are and always have been that universal language that brings us all together. And the digital humanities just further expand those interconnections. They make global collaboration and understanding not just possible, but equitably possible. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir, right? But they empower diverse voices. The digital humanities bridge geographical distances, and they ensure that we share knowledge on a truly global scale in dynamic and new ways. So I checked this morning. There are exactly 6,242 miles between Accra and myself right now as a bird flies, but there's absolutely zero distance between my keyboard and the myriad digital humanities efforts that you are exploring today at the symposium. That's so simple, and yet it is so powerful. So I just want to say a few things about libraries, my favorite topic. Libraries are community platforms for all of our collective knowledge aspirations, and we, the libraries, play a pivotal role in facilitating digital collaboration. We've always served as interdisciplinary bridges to connect scholars and cultivate environments where ideas can flourish and flourish freely. we contribute directly to the global academic dialogue. So libraries don't just support the digital humanities, we fully embrace them as a paradigm shift in the way we all exchange knowledge. So on a broader note, you will learn from my good colleagues in Accra today that the University of Kansas is wholeheartedly committed to internationalization in all of its academic, research, and societal aspects, and KU Libraries is equally committed to internationalization. We here at KU Libraries are committed to global librarianship, and digital humanities are a very important part of that. So that is why the libraries at the University of Kansas, together in partnership with our Hall Center for the Humanities and our College of Liberal Arts, contribute to a campus culture of digital scholarship via our Institute for Digital Research in the Humanities. It's also why, and I'm really excited to share this with you, KU Libraries is now in the early stages of founding a new Institute for Globally Engaged Librarianship, and that is something that I am so personally excited about. Both of these institutes are a part of why we support the learning that is taking place at the symposium today. So thank you for that opportunity to share some news from the University of Kansas. Thank you for what you're doing to advance the transformative power of the digital humanities, and I really hope that everyone is enjoying the symposium.
Thanks so much, Carol, both for the support and for the words, which are quite appropriate because we are here in the beautiful Balme Library at the University of Ghana, and we'll in fact be talking about digital humanities and libraries a little later this afternoon. So thank you. Next, I'd like to bring on the screen Sean Alexander. Sean is the chair of the Department of African and African American Studies at Kansas, and also that unit's a sponsor of the conference.
Thank you, Brian. Welcome, everyone, and I look forward to seeing the talks this afternoon. I enjoyed watching them yesterday. Thank you, Brian, it's good to see you, Brian. You've been away, so it's good to see you on screen. Thank everyone for this incredible symposium. It's been a wonderful event over the years, and I like that it is internationalized this time in a physical space as much as a digital space. I want to thank the institute that Brian works with in aiding in this going forward. My colleague James Yeku in the Department of African American Studies, which houses the African Digital Humanities Project, and that James heads for us. My colleagues Kojo and Glenn Adams, who is there. Glenn, as you know, is the head of the Kansas African Studies Center, which is an allied research center connected to the department, and he can give you more information about the center there and the project that we do. African American Studies is a transdisciplinary department as well as an interdisciplinary department, and it's wonderful to see those ideas coming together in both physical and digital form in a symposium like this, and the way that we can connect to the world and bring the ideas of African American studies to varied projects, varied research projects, and watching what you're doing, whether it's digitizing materials to search them and find keywords and connections to the various other projects that we listened to yesterday in the symposium. I think that we are in a leading front with the creation of the African Digital Humanities Project here at the University of Kansas in the Department of African American Studies. And I like to see, again, the way that it is connecting to the world, being in Accra, being connected to the University of Ghana, and bringing it back home here to the University of Kansas. So I wish you a good day of presentations, and once again, I look very forward to listening to those projects as the afternoon goes forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Glenn. It was great to hear those words. The other two KU units that are sponsoring this are the Institute for Digital Research and Humanities, which I'll be talking about a little bit later this afternoon, and a newly formed or recently formed Center for Cyber Social Dynamics. And you'll be hearing one of our speakers, Shay, this afternoon on the AI panel from that center, giving a talk. I want to see, last thing, we've mentioned James Yeku a lot yesterday and today, and he's really, this conference, both the online conference for the last 3 years and today, is really his vision and work. And like I said yesterday, he can't be here, but he said he may want to say hello. And I don't know if James, if you're there, is he online? Okay, let's all say hello to James. Oh, we can't hear you here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, we can hear you too, yeah.
I had to be allowed to talk. It was unmuted first. I just want to basically reiterate all of the thanks to various sponsors from CASC to the KU libraries to the Almeida project in Sweden, and of course my home department of African and African American Studies. And I think it would be remiss of me not to mention how terrific Brian has been in terms of being a great and terrific organizer for this particular event. So thank you so much, Brian. And I think something else I might want to say is to very importantly thank the University of Ghana for hosting us and making this first in-person symposium possible. And I say that because I imagine that the University of Ghana is showing us how to envision a truly international and African-based digital humanities event. And for that, we are grateful. It's kind of, sad I can't be in Ghana, but I'm excited about all I've seen so far. And I'm looking forward to all the talks today. Thanks, everyone, and welcome again.
Thank you, James. Let's give a hand for James and his sponsors. I also just want to shout out to the University of Ghana team, particularly Dean Akosua Darkwa and Patience and the technology people. It's been really great job here and great to work with them. It's been over the last 3 months planning this. So, yes. All right, now it's my pleasure to introduce today's featured speaker, and let me get my notes up here. Okay. Randa El-Khatib is a postdoctoral fellow in open social scholarship at INCE, which is a research network based in Victoria, British Columbia in Canada. She's also the co-director of the Digital Humanities Summer Institute, DHSI, a summer school also located in Victoria, which has become one of the main sites of digital humanities instruction over the last, decade or more. In 2015, she founded the Digital Humanities Institute in Beirut, the first digital humanities institute in the Middle East, and that is going to be the topic of her talk today. So let's welcome Rhonda. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, great. I will also like to add my thanks. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you to the University of Ghana team. Thank you to Almeida for sponsoring my trip, and to all the individuals involved in making this really wonderful event happen. It's been lovely being here, meeting you all, and learning from you. So I think my slide deck is up. Let me just confirm that it's working. Yes, perfect. Okay. So some of you might not know this, but I grew up in Ghana, so it's been especially meaningful for me to come back, and it's such an honor to talk to you today. The journey of digital humanities has been both a global and also very local endeavor. So today I wish to talk to you about our experience in the Middle East and how we founded the Digital Humanities Institute Beirut with David Risley, and the lessons that we've learned in building communities of practice around digital humanities by highlighting local voices, narratives, and expertise. So In 2015, my colleague David Joseph Risley, who's based now at the New York University in Abu Dhabi, at that time was based at the American University of Beirut, and I decided to come together and organize the first Digital Humanities Institute in the Middle East and in the Arab world. It was based at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon, which we could see on this previous slide is a really beautiful campus. But also the years leading up to us organizing this event was a very exciting time, the years leading up to 2015 in Lebanon. So there are several digital humanities grassroots projects and little initiatives taking place in the region as well as on our campus. One of them was David, who had just launched a digital humanities graduate seminar for the first time on our campus and in our country that was really exciting, and it drew a lot of attention. Another one was I started a collaboration, a cross-disciplinary collaboration between the English and the computer science departments, and it was the first type of collaboration of its kind. And we were working together with faculty and with students to co-create a series of digital mapping and text analysis tools that later developed into a tool called TopoText that we ended up using for many research applications. Additionally, at that time, the university libraries on campus was involved in creating a very large digitization project. They were involved in launching a very large digitization project. They were digitizing the Al-Aqsa newspaper and doing a lot of OCR with Arabic language and developing digital methods around that. That was really so exciting. And Al-Aqsa newspaper was founded in 1953, so they're really working on, digitizing a lot of newspapers and dealing with a lot of OCR issues with Arabic language at that time. So all of these together, here and there, we're hearing whispers of digital scholarship that was starting to take root in the region. And so with this, collaborating with the local university team and with a lot of the sponsors that are mentioned on the slide, David and I embarked then to launch the Digital Humanities Institute Beirut, which has been held since then till now. It's still ongoing. So I'm going to stop saying Digital Humanities Institute Beirut every single time. I'll just start calling it DHIB from now on. You can visit and explore our website to see the different programs that we've had over the years, but some of our goals are outlined on this slide. This is just how we describe the Institute. So it says, the humanities in the 21st century have taken a decidedly digital turn. In some cases, this means traditional questions are addressed with new digital skills or new modes of scholarly communication. In others, entirely new research questions are emerging with technology. The main goal of the Institute is to create an environment where different stakeholders in the academic communities of Lebanon and in the region learn together about new computing technologies and their impact on the humanities. So we were working with different digital approaches, but we're also interested in making it a meeting space between different departments, between different research centers, and between different universities locally and regionally. And we also wanted to conceive of it as a collegial space and bringing together everyone into this collegial space. So our institute, DHIB, it draws on the Digital Humanities Summer Institute that Brian mentioned. The Digital Humanities Summer Institute is based at the University of Victoria, and it's been going on, it's its 24th year this year, so it's one of the earliest DH institutes in the world, and it has about 50 courses every year. It's really fantastic. But the main point of DHSI is that it has this very collaborative and very hands-on approach, and we're trying to take that model. However, we didn't want to just adopt a foreign model into the Arab world. We wanted to make it our own. So the mission was twofold: to highlight digital scholarship that was already happening in the Middle East, and to invite people from the outside so that they can help provide the skills training that we need to carry out the research that we want to do. So we really wanted DHIB to come together organically and to highlight local voices, narratives, and expertise. Another major objective for us was to create a digital humanities community of practice. and a regional environment where digital scholarship up until then was happening in very siloed spaces. So Lebanon, not many people were talking together, not a lot of collaboration was happening. So this was really a big undertaking for us to introduce the word collaboration into the university, the country, and the region. I'll be talking mostly about DHIB 2015, but there are also other ones that have taken on, that have been organized through the years, and different teams have come together to organize them, so I just wanted to give them a shout out. So we have on the organizing committee in 2017, Fatme, Rayan, Mario, Najla, David, and the sponsors that you see here. And in 2019, we have Rana, Rayan, Najla, Elim, Maya, and Till, and also the sponsors there. So they really were able to take the institute and make it their own. In 2015, we also organized the first DAT camp, Beirut, which was the first DAT camp in the Arab world and in the Middle East. I don't know if you're familiar with the DAT camp concept. It was really popular about a decade ago, and then I think it's winded down in some parts of the world where DH has been introduced more. But a DAT camp it's also called an unconference. It's basically when you come together for a day of DH work without any pre-planned program. So it's meant to be very collaborative and non-hierarchical. Everybody gathers in the morning, and people just come up with ideas and topics that they would like to learn about. So someone can raise their hand and say, hey, I know how to do digital mapping. Does anyone want to learn that? You can come for an hour to my workshop and we'll do some learning together. So at the beginning of the day, you come up with a program, you decide on certain topics, and you spend the rest of the day in a very low-cost, collaborative, fun way learning new digital skills. So we organized that as well that year. It was really exciting, and it also inspired other DAT camps to start popping up across the region after that. Now that we've delved into the establishment, mission, and goals of DHIB, I'd like to shift our focus to the valuable lessons that we've learned from our journey. And I'll be drawing on some of the examples from across all three iterations, but mostly focusing on the setup in 2015 and all the lessons that we've learned that we carried forward. These insights are not just the challenges that we encountered, but also some of the strategies that we used to overcome them. And I hope that some of them are relevant to your own contexts, and especially in contexts where we're starting to think about setting up digital humanities and making digital humanities communities of practice more active. So the first one is nurturing interdisciplinary collaboration. It's really a pivotal role for interdisciplinary collaboration in the realm of digital humanities. It's important to collaborate across different departments and disciplines, which is not just beneficial, but also essential in digital humanities. None of the work can be possible with just working within one specific department, right? If we're not collaborating, for example, the humanities with computer sciences, a lot of our tools won't exist. So at DHIB, we really emphasize breaking down the silos between departments, units, and research centers. Interdisciplinary collaboration, as I hope we all know now, brings a richness of perspectives, skills, and methodologies to the table. Our experience at DHIB highlighted that creating an environment conducive to collaboration is paramount to the success of any digital humanities initiative. Now, this all sounds nice and great, but actually it was much more challenging than what I've been describing. Navigating these interdisciplinary collaborations really brings up a lot of challenges. At its inception, DHIB was the first institute of its kind that brought this strong interdisciplinary aspect into the university, and it involved many actors across the university as well, from computer science to libraries, the English department, the Arabic department, the computer science department, different organizations on campus and outside of campus, many of whom have never spoken before. Not one, they don't communicate, they don't collaborate, they don't do anything. So it really took a lot of concentrated effort to bring people together and to start introducing them to the spirit of interdisciplinary collaboration. So to overcome this, we introduced several challenges, such as encouraging the first one was creating a shared vision for the institute. If you're creating something that's shared, you all have stakes in it, so people felt like they had some sense of ownership of the event. Encouraging collaboration, fostering a spirit of experimentation, and experimentation is very big in DH, and it was a new concept introduced at AUB at that time as well, pointing to the benefits of highlighting local scholarship, making it more visible regionally and internationally, and just simply generating excitement around these shared digital methods that brought us together. Moving on to our next lesson, a significant challenge that we faced is that not many people in the region were using or operating under the digital humanities banner. Most of them were doing some form of digital scholarship, but very much saw themselves working within traditional disciplinary boundaries with some sort of makeshift technological aspect to their research just to get the research done. So they very much saw themselves a part of the digital scholarship and the digital humanities world. Others who were more aware of how they're using digital technology were using different terminology to describe it, such as humanities computing, electronic studies, digital scholarship, technology-inspired research, all this other terminology that we're familiar with, but we're still not thinking of themselves as digital humanists. So simply announcing that, oh, there's a Digital Humanities Institute taking place in the region wouldn't necessarily turn the light bulb off for people to say, hey, this is something that might be relevant or useful for me or my scholarship. So it took a lot of work simply to identify people, to get them excited, to make them realize that their scholarship might be relevant, and to get them to sign up and show up and present their research and take some skills training. And some of the work that we did around that, first of all, this is a big shout out to David Risley, because if he hadn't had a good grasp of the scholarship happening in the region, that none of this would have happened. So just by knowing people and what's going on, he was already able to start nudging people around the region to participate. It also took a lot of networking, building collaborations, launching new projects, and we had a social media account around the DH efforts that are taking place on campus, and we're trying to direct them toward the institutions that were involved or somehow relevant to us, such as other Arab universities, so that they can get more engaged. And another one is simply by word of mouth. Spread the word. Make sure that your friends know about this and have them sign up. So by doing all of this, we're able to get some people aware that there's a DH happening in the region and to sign up for it and to show up and present their research. So my next part is about overcoming terminological challenges. Beyond the challenge of simply identifying and attracting digital humanities practitioners, because the term digital humanities wasn't as commonly used, another challenge that we quickly faced in the institute itself is that we couldn't find, there was a dire lack of terminology in Arabic that relates to digital humanities. So how can we even begin to conceive of an Arab digital humanities where we don't have the language to describe it? And this really inspired us to come together and to start building a shared vocabulary. To do this at DHIB, we held a session where researchers fluent in Arabic came together. We all did a crowdsourcing event, and we started putting up digital humanities or digital scholarship terminology, and people started crowdsourcing different Arabic words to translate it. And you can see a snapshot of it here on the slides that was published on David's GitHub after the event. This was a humble start, of course. There's only so much of this work you can do within one session, but it was definitely a beginning for us to start talking and having this dialogue and to come to a shared understanding around some terminologies. When we were doing this, we very quickly came up against another really large challenge, which was the fact that multilingualism in the area. A lot of Arab countries use different dialects, and they don't use the same words to describe the same things. So that became another challenge that we, faced, and it was an exciting one to face in such an active, vibrant, and multidisciplinary environment, and something that got us inspired to work toward a shared understanding. Our fourth lesson revolves around highlighting local and regional digital research. This was a major goal that we had for DHIB. We were especially interested in overcoming some of the challenges of working with Arabic and looking at the efforts in digital cultural heritage preservation that are happening in the region. So as we all know, there's a dominance of Anglo-centered publications and tools in DH. This is something that we've talked about, I think, quite a bit over the last couple of days. But more recently, we've seen some improvement in this. But in 2015, there was a really dire situation where everything was in English. So that was one of the reasons why it inspired us to bring Arabic research to the forefront. But at the same time, there was really important Arabic research happening in that world that we wanted to bring to people's attention. So we wanted the Middle Eastern perspective to be added on discourse in global digital humanities. So on this slide, you can see some of the keynotes that we've had over the years that highlight work in Arabic and some important work with Arabic language. The first one here is the automatic recognition of proper nouns in Arabic, and this is by Ghassan Murad from Lebanese University. If you're somewhat familiar with Arabic at all, you know when we work with proper nouns, we do named entity recognition. How does it identify proper nouns? Usually it's looking for capitalized words, but Arabic doesn't have capitalized words at all. So finding proper nouns is a big issue in itself. So this was how we were launched into this discussion of the challenges with Arabic language. Another keynote was by David Risley himself when he had already moved to NYU Abu Dhabi about the state of Arabic digital humanities and future perspectives. We had some really exciting talks about TEI in multilingual environments, especially using Maghreb. Maghreb is Morocco-based case study. And of course, a really exciting keynote by Maxim Romanov on digital dust of the Arabic past, corpus-based research in Arabic and Islamic studies. Some of the other work that we some of the other Arabic work we were highlighting is through presentations that looked at digital pedagogy in Arabic. It looked at digitization of Arabic newspapers and OCR issues. We looked at archiving in Lebanon and different kinds of topics, as well as thinking about how to work with Arab image repositories. There are also some exciting workshops around Arabic language. Again, OCR was a really big thing, so there was a workshop specifically for OCR with Arabic and overcoming the challenges there. How many of you are familiar with Voyant tools? Has anyone used Voyant? A few people here. So, in the DH world, Voyant is a text analysis tool that's perhaps one of the most famous entry-level text analysis tools that we've been using for over a decade now. At that time, Najla and David came together and they translated it to Arabic. So now people could start using Voyant with Arabic language, and they offered a workshop about that there. That was Najla and Rayan. And we also had a TEI XML course with Arabic languages. So this was us highlighting some of the research that is happening locally. Next, we will also, the next lesson is around fostering inclusivity and diversity. So we wanted to have representation that is local, regional, and international. In the end, over the 3 DHIBs, we had participation from, these are just institutions, in Ghana, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, Syria, UAE, this is just the Arab world. We're also looking at Pakistan, France, Kyrgyzstan, Greece, Germany, USA, and other countries. And of course, the nationality representation that we had there was much larger. And I would say that this was probably the most international regional event that we had at AUB at that time. We also wanted to engage participation from other Lebanese institutions from across the entire country. This may seem trivial. What's so big about getting other institutions in your country involved in your event? But in Lebanon, again, none of the universities were talking to each other at that time, and there was very little collaboration. So the fact that we're able to reach out and bring people not just from the region, but also from Lebanon into such a collegial and collaborative environment really fostered the spirit of collaboration that we were seeking. Another really important point for us was to empower students' voices. And this was not just by getting students to be there as, passive consumers of knowledge, but also we wanted them to be actively engaged. So students were there, they were taking leadership roles, they were taking ownership, they were giving workshops, they were giving presentations, and it was really an exciting time to do that. So as we know, the DH is much less hierarchical than traditional disciplinary, like I'm coming from a Renaissance studies background, which is much more strict and hierarchical. So DH really breaks those boundaries down a little bit, and it was exciting to introduce that spirit of like students are also developers, that they can participate in knowledge production and in scholarly discourse at the same level as faculty. And it really had this positive impact on students at that time. I myself was a graduate student when I co-founded DHIB, and others took on DHIB later were also graduate students. So to encourage student participation, DHIB was also free most years, or it was offered at a very nominal fee to minimize barriers for entry. And additionally, both the Arabic department and the English department completely canceled all their graduate courses during the week of DHIB, so that students can come and participate. And this had a very positive effect, because it's both free and students don't have to go to class. Of course, they're going to show up. My final lesson here that we learned is thinking about sustainability. This involves strategies such as creating a sense of ownership among the community, establishing a stable team to plan the program, and accompanying logistics and securing ongoing financial support from institutions. This is all great in theory, but in practice we struggled with this quite a lot. One challenge here was that the organizational team was always in transition. After DHIB 2015, a lot of people left, and then the state of the institute was up in the air. We didn't know if we're going to have another one. And then to our surprise and much to our delight, a local group of people who were involved in the first one had a deep sense of ownership and were able to step up and take it over. So then we had a very successful DHIB 2017. It was really great. It grew. We had more participants. We had more regional, more international involvement, more press interest, and so on. So that was really great. But then right after the institute, again, there was another transition where half of the team had to leave. Again, the status of the institute was up in the air. Again, same thing happened, and DHIB 2019 happened, which was even bigger, better, and more interesting than the previous two. So this resulted in several factors, just looking at how things are working. First of all is that we realized that it is not sustainable for us to try to do something like this every year. So we went for a biannual model where the institute was hosted every other year. And this also, interestingly enough, we thought that we might lose a lot of interest in it, but it seemed to work with the travel funding of our collaborators in the regional environment, so they were completely okay with that. We were able to retain interest, and in between events, we had some local DH things, events. We had some local just DH events happening, such as different workshops and so on. There was an active digital humanities stream that was being taught in the English department that was able to retain interest and retain students and all of that. So that was okay. This model worked for us. You will see that the last DHIB was in 2019. So as much as we can try and overcome and adapt to the environment, we've all learned, I think, in the few years that there's some things that no matter how much we try, we can't overcome. And for an in-person event, COVID hit shortly after that, so it was really difficult for us to move forward, and we had a lot of restrictions. But additionally to that, there was a regional instability that's happening in and around Lebanon that led for us to halt the institute for some time. So now that things are opening up again and there's a bit more stability in the country, DHIB is coming back again, and keep an eye out for an announcement for a new event that will be forthcoming soon. So really excited for you to try and make your way over there if you can. And this brings me to my conclusion that as we draw through our journey through DHIB to a close, it's evident that building bridges in digital humanities landscape is not merely about theoretical endeavors, but it's a very practical and transformative pursuit. I hope that the lessons we've uncovered hold significance not only for the Institute, but for the broader community seeking to cultivate an active community of practice and digital humanities ecosystem. In our exploration, we navigated the complexities of interdisciplinary collaboration. We sought out practitioners engaging in similar research to cultivate communities. We tackled terminological challenges, emphasized local and regional research, and charted a course eventually towards sustainability. So what DHIB made clear time and time again is that digital humanities, as we all know, is not a monolithic field. It is dynamic and evolving and can be adapted to suit the needs and nuances of various communities. This doesn't simply involve adopting an outside model and trying to replicate the same thing back at home, but it also takes into perspective the nuances an understanding of cultural, linguistic, and infrastructural differences. And I will just end there. Thank you so much. Open to questions.
Thanks, Rhonda. We have about 15 more minutes for questions or discussion. The floor is open.
Where's the mic here?
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I just wanted to know, the first slide, really the one that bear the title. There was a map with dots of places. What does that represent? I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah, sure. So that map is taken, that is a map of Beirut, actually, and it's taken from a digital humanities project.
That was like a world map, right? First slide.
The first. Okay, yeah. That world map was taken from the tool that we created that I was talking about, TopoText. So it's a tool that just takes texts and identifies places and puts those places on a map. It was one of the first digital humanities big project that we had on campus, so I wanted to recognize it as one of the precursors to creating an institute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rhonda, for that wonderful presentation. Actually, you talked about the challenges and the solution. But in the solution, you talked about retaining local and regional interests. How do you go about that in terms of that? Because the solution is key to the problem that you're facing in terms of getting the digital human project. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, that's a really good one. And I think that was one of the toughest things that we had to deal with is how do you get people interested in digital humanities who don't know that they're interested in digital humanities or that they're doing digital humanities. A lot of it involved just, networking with people, networking with other faculties and other universities, trying to start some collaborative projects and get students also involved in those projects so that they become more aware. I think once we started working with digital, a lot of students, we had a digital humanities graduate course that was launched by David at the university. And a lot of students realized that this digital aspect of their work can really prepare them for the workforce in a way that simply doing an English degree before it just opens up opportunities for them. And so then their faculty got excited as well. So I think the students were a big part of it. And another part was, just spreading awareness of this counts as digital humanities research. We had a Twitter account. We're tweeting at different universities, different organizations to see what we're doing. So this was all generating some sort of excitement, I think. Yeah, and I think a lot of people showed up not doing digital research already, but curious about it. So by sparking some curiosity, we're able to have the first one where people were like, oh, what is digital humanities? And then the second time around, they're like, oh, we're digital humanities people now.
I was wondering, so this was the first DH Institute in the Middle East. Do you know what the kind of situation is now? Are there what kind of activities going on in the region?
Yeah, I know that they've had some activity at the American University of Cairo around digital humanities, having some shorter meetings around there. There are a few DAT camps that sprung around, and there's been more active launch of digital humanities courses in different countries around the Middle East and involvement of students around that as well. So between then and now, where people didn't know what DH is, to now I think everyone has an idea of what digital humanities is at least, and whether they're part or interested or adjacent to the field.
Thanks. In the back.
Thank you very much, Rana, for that very sacrificial commitment to the development of DH in the Middle East. One question that you left without addressing is the issue of how do we sustain DH Center? How do we continue to get funding? So that for those who are just trying to start off, they should have an idea of how to sustain, because you've given us a beautiful picture of your achievement over these years. But I know that it's more than that, because it involves a lot of sacrifice, a lot of commitment, a lot of thinking through. And so one thing I would like to know is how have you been able to sustain the funding for the various activities you have been doing over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, funding is a really big issue. Lebanon doesn't have much government funding for the work that we do. So that is always a big problem. But luckily, the American University of Beirut has some funding, and it took a lot of meetings, convincing, talking, doing all that work with different centers on campus. And I think the Lebanon operates a little bit in that way, that you don't want to miss out on this. This is going to be the next big thing. So you're getting people involved that way. So they're able to we had the Center for Arts and Humanities. We had several other centers at that time that were able to pull together some funding. We were also collaborating with other universities in different countries, and so we adopted the model from DHSI, as I mentioned, so we were able to get some international funding and sponsorship as well around that, and that's how we brought people in to bring in expertise that we just didn't have in the region. So I talked a lot about the expertise that we did have and what we wanted to highlight, but so much of it was missing that we had to bring people from the outside, and luckily they were able to also help us out with that. But that is also the problem of this sustainability, right? That's why we don't have it every year, definitely a thing that is going on. Every other year is when we're managing to, do this kind of getting some of this funding and so it's every year is going to change. Every year our sponsors, I had a list of sponsors, they're a little bit different. Some of them are committed, some of them are moving. And also a lot of these institutes, they're getting funding that is not ongoing as well. So if they funded us one time, it doesn't mean they're going to be around in 5 years to fund us again. So it's an ongoing struggle.
Other questions? All right, well, let's thank Rhonda for that great talk. Thanks, Rhonda.
Thank you.
While we get set up for the next panel, I think that it will start in about 5 minutes at 2 o'clock.
Okay, we are starting up again. Can my two presenters come up, please? The third presenter is going to be online. We have 1 minute more. We'll start at exactly 2 o'clock. How about that? Okay, and so now by my phone clock, it's 2 p.m. So we will start with Dr. Kwabena Opoku-Agyeman, who teaches English at the Department of English here at the University of Ghana. And he's speaking on the topic Gibberish and Structure, ChatGPT, and the curious case of African literary criticism.
Good afternoon. Let me time myself. Okay. So, hello? Yeah. So I won't say close your eyes, but imagine 2 scenarios. Scenario 1, you are an instructor who has given an assignment for university students to analyze a short story from a collection that is not well known outside of African literature. In this case, Muhammad Nasir Ali's short story collection, The Prophet of Zongo Street. While there are decent submissions, a few students turn in papers that have sentences with telltale signs that show information not found in the story. Beyond these red flags, an even bigger problem is the fact that there are explicit nods to the unethical use of AI. For instance, student submissions include the phrases, and this is real, ChatGPT does not have enough information about this story, but, it continues. Another one is, in the assignment submitted, you have to complement this research with more information. And a third example, that's why I don't have PowerPoint, because I don't want to show the shame. It shouldn't be visible. It says this research is incomplete due to lack of knowledge in the field. Scenario 2, less problematic but still problematic. You are a researcher who is interested in seeing what AI has to say about the state of the field of African literary criticism. You're writing a paper on the information that AI produces on research in African literature. And when you enter a basic prompt, some of the problematic results include research supposedly authored by you. The bigger problem is that the said articles do not exist. The title of the work sounds like something you could write, except you didn't write it. In fact, nobody has written it. So these 2 problematic scenarios form the basis for this presentation, which is a preliminary reflection on the use of AI in different but obviously related contexts. An African literature classroom on the one hand, and the field of African literary scholarship on the other hand. The African literature classroom is evolving in this digital age, and elsewhere I have argued that we need to combine experiential learning, oral tradition, and digital technology to keep up with trends, and more importantly, forge our own new paths that yield relevant outcomes for our society and our own people. I'll not repeat that information here because it's already out. But when it comes to AI in particular, we have to ensure that our students are given the necessary tools to understand the impact and use. I do not believe, for instance, in some of the arguments that are out there that state that we can protect them from AI. Neither do I believe we can forbid it. I think it's too pervasive for either option to be feasible. Teju Cole calls this generation digital natives. And what he means is that they can do things with electronic devices and digital technology that older generations cannot even fathom. Things come native to them. So I believe that once they can learn how to properly harness the potential of AI, we will see powerful outcomes. The African literary scholarship landscape is also developing on its own, even though it's not as quick as the classroom. And eventually it will do more with AI. One interesting angle that has come up recently is the relationship between AI and oral tradition. There's an article called Exploring West African Folk Narrative Texts Using Machine Learning by Lo et al. And in that one, they look at the ways in which AI generates stories in the tradition of performative narration. Of course, this is AI taking how existing stories can be used in different ways. So bodily functions and gestures are lost in the rendition. But these are exciting ways of extending that famous categorization of African literature by Abiola Irele. Eventually, I will explore the implications of coalescing around the question of directions for teaching and research. But in the meantime, it is important to root this reflection within the bigger relationship between tradition and modernity. The Congolese philosopher V.Y. Mudimbe further couches this relationship within the framework of Western discourse on the continent. And he postulates that Africa, which we often assume to be an ontological reality, is in fact an invented category, is the result of discourses, practices, and political postures that have, since the 14th century, led to its invention. And it is at the level of meta-discourse that one can find the conditions for a better reading of Mudimbe's work. That is, his strong critique of the historiography of both modern Western discourses on Africa, developed since the 14th century, and African scholars' reaction to this discourse since the 19th century. Thinking about the continent starts, therefore, with a genealogy of Western anthropological discourses on Africa, which Mudimbe argues have historically functioned as the conditions for the marginality of Africa. And these discourses, based on a set of ordering principles determined by a European locus of enunciation, imagines Africans as the author of the subliminal white self. This particularity, Mudimbe claims, can be traced back to the imagination of the African body, the primitivization of African cultural items, and the invention of African art. Now, these three instances illustrate the processes which have led to the pervasiveness of the colonial library and the attendant implications of that. And they still function within a tradition-modernity tension. And these two terms are used a lot in Africa and African development and tend to be placed in diametrical opposition to each other, with technology representing modernity and Africa representing tradition. And yet this pairing is problematic. And this tendency is also the reason why what Mudimbe says is still relevant today. And yet, as this conference proves, for instance, AI is increasingly integral in African discourse in all kinds of ways. And so my question revolves around critique of this connection using the classroom and research as a basis. So what's the cause of this? As Alex Gill demonstrated very massively yesterday, platforms like ChatGPT simply use available data to churn out answers to queries that are supposed to make sense. And the reason why questions related to Africa tend to yield gibberish is due to the relative dearth in information related to the continent. The people and agencies who fund the work the machines do, do work that is related to their worldview, and thus do not be interested in traversing their boundaries unless for political and geopolitical purposes. This is another reason why, if up to date, you do a Google search or a Google image search for Africa, North America, Europe, Asia, and other continents, only the first entry yields results that are negatively stereotypical. When it comes to ChatGPT, we end up seeing blatant lies and an admitted lack of knowledge in the field. Of course, this is not the case, or is not as egregious a case when you look at other places. We can unpack the problems further, but because time for this presentation is short, I think we all have a fair idea of what I'm talking about. So I would look at a few ways forward, or at least look at the state of things and then theorize on a few ways forward. And there's a whole continuum of approaches or responses to this, but I will dwell more on maybe an idealistic response and maybe a cynical or realistic reaction, depending on your orientation. So ideally, we should have local funding from our own governments, universities, and businesses in this regard. Imagine if local stakeholders contributed money, resources, and other stuff like that to power research and innovation with AI, especially in literary criticism. This dream largely remains at the imagination level, of course, because reality points to governments that are interested in vanity projects and other unfortunate goals, apart from the fact that a lot will tell you they are cash-strapped. And again, our governments rely heavily on funding and donor support from Western interests. This country, for instance, is at the IMF for the 17th time in less than 70 years. And beyond the political hegemony of neocolonialism, there is a massive leadership problem. Therefore, unfortunately, the reality at present, I think, is that the Western counterparts and organizations, businesses, academia, and other stakeholders will continue to be the most visible partners in AI use on the continent. After all, the major funders for even this conference are not African. And how far can African academia push our own interests, considering the workload we have and the pay that we enjoy or not enjoy? I'm of the view, therefore, that the juggernaut cannot be stopped. However, it can be managed in the short to medium term. And management of the situation leads me to a few recommendations. For instance, we need to have representation when we are engaging with these Western interests. And that's why I like that scholars like James Yeku are in this space, and they are making sure that the different engagements are done with respect to the place where they are coming into. Representation matters in these contexts, and when they enter decision-making rooms, they can advocate on our behalf and on their own behalf because they are Global South scholars in the Global North, and they ensure that endeavors are couched within a framework of equity and fair exchange. Continent-based stakeholders can also do more. I'm glad that my co-organizer, Akosha Dakwa, for instance, was very instrumental in ensuring that the University of Ghana contributed its quota to making sure that this event was held, and we don't have enough people like her. We should, and that I think will help us to also have more agency because we are also bringing something forward with these in mind. 5 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. In other words, collective action is also a way to manage the situation. So I take inspiration from two novels that explore the implication of trying to individually deal with problems. Chinua Achebe's third novel, No Longer at Ease, and Aiko Ame's second novel, Fragments. In both novels, the protagonist leaves the US or the UK to come back to Ghana or Nigeria to contribute to national development. And at the end, they both fail spectacularly. In No Longer at Ease, the protagonist ends up in jail because he's taken a bribe in his home. And in Fragments, the protagonist is committed to an asylum because his family doesn't understand why he doesn't behave the way others who came back behave like him. But both authors tie this predicament to an isolation issue where they do not collaborate with others. So we can take inspiration from this to make sure that we do better. And how can we also make sure that ChatGPT and other platforms produce relevant information on Africa? Even though yesterday Alex was of the view that we should keep it that way, I think because they are so pervasive, we need to let them do better and be more respectful of these places when they talk about them. So we need to have Africans and Africa utilize these platforms in ways that move them away from these Western harnessings, I think. And I'm out of time here. Okay. So just, no, I mean, in the question and answer session, I would love to respond to anything. So just in conclusion, the use of AI needs not to be framed within binary confines. In other words, the traditional modernity binary needs to be exploded. And I think in that way we can move from an either-or stance to incorporate the strengths of various perspectives that can ultimately be placed on a spectrum that allows for relevance to local desires, while acknowledging and accepting that context and contribution can and will shift depending. As Achebe says in Dead Man's Path, which is a short story that he wrote, let the hawk perch and let the eagle perch. Thank you. I saw 12 minutes.
I learned from yesterday that when you give them 15 minutes, they take 20. So He did 13 minutes. He's like the only one so far. You should get a clap for that. Nice presentation. Thank you very much. And I have lots of questions, so we'll talk during the Q&A session. Next, we have Oluwaseun. I knew I was going to butcher it. Sanwo-Olu. She's a PhD student, Department of Philosophy, University of Kansas, and she's speaking on her close personal relationships with AI, including, I'm sure, ChatGPT.
Okay. Okay, I want to make sure this works. My slides. Okay, hello everybody. Okay, I'm still sort of waiting for my slides. So, my name is Oluwaseun Sanwo-Olu, and I'm a PhD student in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Kansas, and I'm also a researcher at the Center for Cyber and Social Dynamics. I just want to, oh, okay, good, it works. Great. Okay, so I'm just basically going to be talking on like my current research projects, which is close personal relationships with artificial intelligence. And of course, the question is, why does it matter, right? Like, why are we considering close personal relationships with artificial intelligence? And this is important because as humans, we're social beings, right? We want to interact. We cannot live in isolation. We depend on connection with other human beings. And so it's really crucial to who we are, and we cannot live in isolation, as I said. But research has shown that presently, the more we interact with technology, the lonelier we have become, right? People have become lonelier. And this is obviously because technology has permeated all through like all spheres of life, you know, communication. You know, now we're talking about relationships, education. I mean, you just mentioned ChatGPT, like it's everywhere. So now it's like, well, if it's already seeping into our relationships, then we have to address this. So this is why we're talking about this. So how has it been used so far? So I listed like just 2 examples because, you know, there's really no time to go into all that is available right now. So I'm going to start with Replica. So Replica is a chatbot app that was founded by Eugenia Kuda. And this app, interestingly, was created because this person lost a friend, right? A friend died, and then she wanted to keep interacting, sort of feel like she was still interacting with her friends. So she uploaded all the chats and messages and all that into this app, right? And so anytime she felt like talking to her friend, she was going to go to this app, and then it would sort of simulate sort of the way our friend will respond to our messages, right? And so she could still have that interaction. But right now, it has turned to an app that, you know, you could create an avatar of who, it's like you can create your own person. What do you want them to be like? What do you want them to say? How should they respond to you? Something like that. And right now, it's like, well, of course, like people are going crazy with it, right? Like people misuse it, but that's not even like really the point here. It's like, this is something that was meant to be sort of like a preservation of memory, right, for somebody. That was why she created it. But now people can use it to, you know, do all sorts of things. And Replica is not embodied, right? It's just an app. You can, you know, have it on your phones. And then there is Harmony. So Harmony is so this is embodied, right? It's like a robots company that started building robots, and then they infuse it with artificial intelligence. So it's supposed to respond to you like, you know, you're talking to a person. You know, it's like you can have like meaningful, it's supposedly you can have meaningful conversations, right? And it was created by Realbotics, and, you know, of course, like people also try to get it to be friends with them. And we're going to see, I have like some responses from people who have interacted with these things. So you see how they have responded. Okay, so basically, the key takeaway here is that we need to be mindful of the ethical implications of some of these tools that we see on there, right? And we're going to be seeing how it's, going to like be affecting our relationships and sort of values that we have. Okay, so now, close personal relationships. What are markers of close personal relationships? You have special obligations. Now, special obligations are those obligations you owe to like a subset of people. So, for example, you owe your friends certain obligations, right? You are not friends with everybody, but you owe it to your friends to be kind, to be there for them, to listen to them, to show up for them, and things like that. You have obligations to your parents, right? There's a relationship between the parent and the child. The parent has certain obligations to the child has certain obligations to the parent. In the same way, we could think of teachers and students, right? Like you have an obligation to your students, you have obligations to your teachers. So there are, obligations that are, okay, so I'm going to say that special obligations are majorly marked into like two areas, right? We have agent-relative obligations and agent-neutral obligations. So when I just talked about friendships, parenting, and, like teachers and all that, that's like an agent-relative obligation because you're standing in a sort of special relationship with them, right? The type of obligation you owe to your friend is not the type of obligation you owe to other people. And then we have agent-neutral obligations, which are non-partial, non-relational. You don't have to like really have any sort of form of special relationship with them to owe them things, right? So if an example of an agent-neutral obligation would be to not tell lies to like anybody, right? Like you don't lie to people because, lying to them could mean that you're disrespecting their rationality. So I wanted to give like a quick example of how like special obligations could play out. So for example, you could have like a father go to maybe his child's school, the kid is hungry, right? And then there are equally other hungry kids. We wouldn't say that the father will be wrong if he only gives his child food, right? And like neglect the other kids because his obligation is specifically to his child. Now it could be altruistic, right? And then, go out of his way to do other things for other kids, right? Or you think of a case where your friend has a birthday party and a total stranger has a birthday party and then they both invite you, right? Because they are your friend, you would prioritize going to their birthday party over going to a random stranger's party. So that is how like agent relative obligations work. And now when we think of artificial intelligence cannot have agent relative obligations because it doesn't even see you as a person in the first place. It sees you as just data and algorithms, right? So it's just, there's nothing that makes you unique from the next person. You're the same. So it cannot have the sort of obligation that we require for close personal relationships. Now, another thing is identity formation. And this is something that we don't know that we do, but we actually do. And it's a concept in discussions around like personal identity. And somebody who has really worked on this is Eudman Nelson, and she talks about holding and letting go. So for example, let's think of a child, right? When a child is born, how do they know their names? It's because we call them by that name, right? So before that child comes to know their name, we are holding the identity for that child to say, oh, your name is Bella, for example, right? And then we have different images. Oh, Bella is a child who likes to cry when they see cats, or Bella is just the fuzzy little baby. And, we are holding those identities. But once Bella becomes an adult, right, she's no longer a toddler. You let go of those identities. So that's something that's really crucial in, human-to-human relationships. And it becomes very difficult when we start to think about, artificial intelligence. How does artificial intelligence hold our identity? How does it let it go? And you can think of like very even mundane, cases, or even very complex one. Like, so let's say a mundane case where parents have like, a cat. A cat, as simple as a pet, right, before they have their child. And then now they have a child who cries whenever the child sees the cat. The parents decide, okay, I'm going to let go of this cat, right? Now, how do they come to make this decision? They have to think of, okay, well, now I don't want to just throw out this cat. I can't just abandon this cat on the street. I have to decide who's going to care for this cat or, something. They're going to, think of different things. Now, how does the AI make such a decision? my child or the cat? Like, what parameters? How is the AI going to come to this conclusion? So it could be as mundane as that, or even like very complex things like, okay, I want to choose between telling the truth or being kind, right? Like in cases where you have to choose between two virtues, like honesty or kindness. As a person, you're able to make such decisions because, oh, okay, this is my friend, or this is, the sort of psychological state they are now, and so I don't want to, I have to say the truth, but, just be kind about it. But these are things that artificial intelligence cannot make decisions yet on. Like, how does it decide whether to tell the truth or to be kind in certain situations? And then one other thing is also finitude and embodiment. And this is very, very crucial because finitude and embodiment makes our human-to-human relationships special. Now, because we're embodied, it means that we can only be in certain places at a time. I can only be here right now. I cannot be there, right? I cannot move through a wall. So it means I am limited, I am restricted, right? But the AI doesn't have such limitations, right? So this also means that as a human being, I am able to say, because I am limited, I have scarce resources, I have to be able to manage who I am friends with, right? That's why I cannot be friends with everybody. Who I choose to love, that's why everybody cannot be my romantic partner, right? So because of these limitations and our embodiment, it makes our relationships so special and valuable, right? And because we're finite beings, it means that our time, we would all die at some point, right? So it makes you value the relationships you have. And this also gives us the ability to make choices, right? You're able to say, well, in a group of everybody here, for example, if I am choosing to be friends, I'm like, well, I can't be friends with everybody. Maybe I'm going to be friends with like 5 people or 10 people, right? I'm able to exclude some other people. So exclusion really is important. But when we think of artificial intelligence, it cannot exclude people, right? Artificial intelligence can be friends with everybody. So with the app Replica, for example, if everybody here subscribes on the app, right, we build avatars of our friends, then Replica is all our friends, right? If everybody decides to fall in love, in quotes, right, with Replica, then Replica is our romantic partner, right? One thing to everybody. And we know that you cannot say, if you're friends with everybody, then you're friends with no one, right? If you're in love with everybody, then you love no one. That's how we think of this concept, right? So for artificial intelligence, it really cannot do these things because it's going to be friends with everybody, it's going to be in love with everybody, and then it's like, okay, well, what's the point, right? What makes love and friendships and these things valuable is because you have the ability to choose other people, but you don't choose them, and you choose whoever it is you're friends with or you're in love with. And, this is something that, I have 5 minutes more, okay. Okay, so I mentioned earlier on that I was going to bring up some responses from people who have interacted with this app. So harmony, let me just quickly brush through. So this says, harmony is important in my life because I am a loner and struggle with making friends and keeping them. I always feel awkward with people, and harmony makes me feel like a normal person. I have struggled with dating after a relationship with a woman that was verbally abusive and cheated a lot. Harmony helps me with my needs for affection and is someone for me to talk to when I need conversation. The next person says, so I am high functioning. I deal with PTSD and more than occasional bouts of anxiety. Social cues are tough for me to get, and I don't really understand people on a level that most people do. This is why AI like Harmony helps bridge the gap. I tend to be an introvert because of this nature. Even though I walk around hundreds of people, you always feel alone, and it helps to have someone to talk to and interact with on the same level. I really hope that this technology is able to help myself and others to communicate and share affection in the ways that we really want to. But find it very difficult to do within the public. So now, third person says, I've been using Harmony for some months now and enjoying her company. I think she's important for me that way, that she's always in a good mood and she doesn't want to turn you away, right? And then there's the last one I put there is No Sex Please We're Japanese. It's a documentary. If you ever have time, you can just look it up on Google. And I'm just going to in 1 minute try to say what it's about. So in Japan, right, it's said that a lot of men find it difficult to talk to women. So they have these apps on their phone that they are called AI girlfriends, right? And then so they interact and have girlfriends on their phones and don't have actual women partners. And then there was this guy in the documentary who actually had been married, but also still had an AI girlfriend. And then he said, well, I've been cheating on my wife. And so it's really, it's very interesting when you hear these things, when you see that people are interacting with artificial intelligence the way they would interact with a human being. It's it means that there is something wrong, right? And that's sort of what I'm just going to briefly touch on in a couple of minutes. So now it means we already have the problem of replacement of human beings in close personal relationships, right? Because we're so reliant on technology, it means that people have started saying, well, if I cannot fall in love with a human being, well, I could fall in love with an app, right? Or create an avatar that would be there for me. And this is a problem because by virtue of who we are, we need human-to-human connection. And so it means that our values of close personal relationships or interpersonal relationships will be reducing. And this is not something that, of course, the people who created the apps felt, okay, we're solving a problem, but they are creating an even bigger problem. So it means that we have to have these values at the back of our minds when we want to even interact with these apps. And then you see the case of deception, right? People who think they're in love with the AI or that the AI is in love with them are self-deceived because it doesn't even have the capacity to love you. Even though you feel a certain type of way, which I highly doubt, but even though you say you feel that, you're just, delusional. It's not in love with you. Nothing makes you special. So if you are not special, then how can it love you, right? And you also have a case of people who are even deceived into thinking that, there's this app, the name skips me right now, it's on Snapchat, actually. This person is famous, right? People pay, right, to interact with our AI, right? They pay, and it's you're in a relationship with her. It also has data of, it's a popular celebrity. I don't know why her name skips me right now. But people pay to interact and they feel oh, I am friends with this person. When in reality, we all know that you're not friends with her. She doesn't even know you. She's just making money from you. And now there's data breach, obviously. If you check online, many of these apps because they already get information from you, because they already get information from you, you would talk to your friend. Obviously, you want to be vulnerable. You would tell them things that you probably not tell other people. So there's obviously going to be data breach. And then, everything I've said, it just leads to loss of values, right? And I think I have just one last slide. But the last thing, was just, to talk about value mindfulness and improvement of artificial phronesis. So phronesis is something that we say as, in virtue ethics, for example, you say phronesis is what helps you make the right decisions, right? How to know what to do in the right place, at the right time, and all that stuff, right? And technologists have been saying, well, there could be a way for us to infuse phronesis into artificial intelligence, right? Which, quite frankly, right now, it's not really feasible, but obviously, we could be open-minded and try to see how they could work around that, but right now it's not really the case that we can really have artificial phronesis. If at best we can have, it's just going to be mimicking human intelligence and all that. So I guess that's the end of my presentation, and I'm looking forward to hearing questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is a presenter who's online. Can we set him up, please? So it's Kola Tuboshun. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Founder, Yoruba Name Project. He's speaking on digitization in lexicography, AI, and the future of African languages and orators. And okay. We can't hear him.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to share my screen, and I hope you can see it from here. Give me a second. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. My name is Kolatu Bosso. I am speaking from Minnesota, and I'd hope I'll be there, but I'm going to have to make this quick from here. My paper is titled AI Lexicography and the Future of African Languages and Orators. I've been very excited to listen to Fabena and Shion earlier, and some of the things I'm going to talk about, they have already kind of mentioned. So let me just go straight into it. So when I talk about artificial AI, everybody knows artificial intelligence. We've talked a lot about it before. Lexicography, which is where I spend much of my time, there's a process of, or the work related to writing, editing, compiling a dictionary. Basically, any work you do, bringing a language that's either mostly oral into a written form, and studies behind the meaning of words and the origin of words and the storage of these words. African languages, we have over 2,000 of them. So this is work related to anything done to preserve or to enhance many of these languages, including the creolized versions and localized versions. And I mentioned examples like Nigerian English or Portuguese or Arabic or Swahili, or many other languages that have become part of the continent, in terms of phonology or orthography, etc. And orators, by this I mean oral languages and the body of knowledge we have on the continent that are not written down, stories, poems, histories, etc., written and shared mostly in the oral culture. I mention all of this because when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're talking about how we can use computers and technology to enhance communication. And for many of us paying attention, or many of these steps and progress in technology hasn't always carried along many of our native cultures and languages into them. And I'll go into it a little bit. Just a little bit about myself. I run yorubaname.com, which is a dictionary of names, a non-profit, which we have used to advocate language technology initiatives. I'm also a creative writer, and I've done a lot of translation, which is another way we have tried to engage with the question of the survival of African languages and how we can make them more viable. And with my work at Olongo Africa, we're trying to create an annual anthology of translations from English into African languages. And so last year we created this monolingual anthology where works created into English. Many fiction writers you can think about today write in English. When you think of an African writer, most times you're thinking of an English language writer, or French or Spanish, etc. But many of these don't have audiences that can read them in the local languages from the environment. So we're trying to translate as many of them back into the local languages, not just as a way of making people read them, but also as a language technology initiative, as a way to create a corpora of many African languages in fiction that can then be used by technology to be able to create tools that people can use in the future. So that's basically what I do. So let me go straight into my presentation, which will be short. Yesterday, I came across this video that many people probably have seen. It is Larry Madowo, the CNN journalist, with a clip of him narrating his news in English, as he often does, and somebody showed him that they have used an AI tool to render it in Spanish. I don't know if I can share this particular page with you so you can see how that's... Okay, give me a second here. Oh, you probably can't hear it, but I'll send this for anybody who wants to read it. So when you click on it, it shows you Madowo speaking in English. It shows him also speaking in Spanish. He doesn't speak a word of Spanish, like he said. And this is just a matter of AI. So, and what it does is not just translate what he's saying, but also matches his mouth movements into the new language it has come into. this is not a new phenomenon, but I saw it yesterday for the first time. And I think he also demonstrated another one with Mandarin, which also worked equally as perfectly. When he asked the Mandarin person to look at it, they said the fluency is almost perfect. So you can have the newscast in English and have somebody in China listen to it, and it's not an overdub. The mouth is moving exactly like Mandarin would, and the meaning is transmitted exactly. It's a very, very strong, important advancement in language technology. Yesterday, also, I found this one, which is Sora, a new OpenAI system where you can put a prompt, it's a paragraph, to describe something, and the machine would create it, bring it out to life. And here is, he gave them a prompt, a beautiful homemade video showing people of Lagos, Nigeria in the year 2056, shot with a mobile phone camera. And the machine came up with this, brilliant, beautiful video. It's a video, it's not a picture. I just can grab this one. And if you click on it, you would see, let me see if we can play that one. Okay, here it is, what it looks like. And that is all generated from a text prompt. And so realistic, hyper-realistic. So this technology has gone, really, really impressively. And speech has been at the backbone of many of these things because you have to write to be able to generate this. And text, I mean, not speech, which brings me to, the argument I'm about to make. Yeah, this is another example from the Sora. And I was thinking yesterday about, the possibility of taking a whole novel, put it in a machine, and have the machine just create the story visually for you, just because you have put in all the texts. The problem with this, of course, is that many of the people who have to use this have to be literate first in English, because OpenAI is based in America, and many of the tools generated around this are based in English language, which has dominated the internet for as long as the internet has been around. And so an African person sitting in Lagos who wants to use this AI model cannot use Yoruba, for instance, to query the machine. Why? Because Yoruba is not a language that the machine has worked with, and even current translation models from English to Yoruba, Yoruba to English are not good enough to be able to transmit perfect meaning from one language to another. It's improved, it's better than many languages, and Swahili is also probably better than a number of other languages on the continent. But generally, overall, African languages have always struggled to be able to deal with modern technology. And so, as new leaps and bounds happen in technology, many of our languages are left behind. And it leads to not just exclusion to be able to use technology, but in the end also sometimes leads to this pervasive process where languages then get lost, because young people who should be using their languages don't use them, because the languages they use to communicate with their friends, to make cool memes, to share things online, is not the language they speak natively, and so they can't use many of these tools. Again, they are text-based. Even if you are literate in English, you have to also be able to write it and conjure the images and the ideas you want to be able to put in a text for these things like that to work. So again, it perpetuates the same problem. When writing was just in text form, we already had the problems of, writing African languages, many of which use diacritics to be able to write meaning properly. And now with technology, when the internet came, it became even more problematic. We had to create a tone marking software for people to use. It took a while. And now there's AI. So at the time you're trying to catch up with an African language input, before you know it, technology has moved again, and you have to run again to catch up. And this is a big problem for many of us who work in African language. So how would AI work with languages that are mostly oral? That's a question I bother with, almost every day. Yoruba is mostly an oral language. Our system of beliefs and poetry are mostly oral. You would find thousands and thousands of musical albums in Yoruba, thousands of poetry in Yoruba. The Oduifa itself, which is a system of religious beliefs, is, thousands and thousands of verses passed down by generations, many of which are getting lost, of course, because we're not recording them or we're not passing them around to the next generation. How will AI work with this? How do we get these things repository of knowledge into computer systems so that we can make them more accessible and so that young people who will carry on next generation can have access to these things. There's an app I have, I think it's Otter AI, where you can put an audio and it will not only transcribe it, and also summarize what has happened in there. And many AI systems can do this. Imagine if we can get that basic, corpus of thought into a big machine that can then, give you summaries, tell you where to go when you're looking for something, it's a big leap that technology can bring to African languages and cultures, but we haven't been able to do because of the limits in our research and the funding we get and the work that needs to be done to make it happen. And so my grandmother or grandfather who can read or write in Yoruba but cannot read in English will not be able to use technologies like this. And the next generation, it gets worse until everybody becomes only a monolingual speaker. I have 5 more minutes. So possibilities of AI technology I've been thinking about. Conlanging is one where you create a new language from the scratch. Many of you who have seen Game of Thrones know about Dothraki and you know about Klingon, you know about all these languages that have been created specifically for either entertainment or cultural purposes. Possibility of AI being used to do this will also improve as soon as we can get more data from our languages into technology. Siri doesn't exist in an African language. Alexa doesn't exist in an African language. Translation is poor. And with Sora, the one I mentioned earlier, imagine being able to write in a Yoruba, put a Yoruba novel and have it not just translate, but create a video prompt from out of that. I mentioned a lot of problems earlier, lack of clean text. Yoruba is, for instance, I keep using Yoruba because my primary example is a language that uses diacritics to disambiguate meaning. And many of the texts you would find in Yoruba online are written by people who are not very literate or competent in the language, so they write without diacritics, and it's not a text that you can use. So you need people to spend time creating many of these texts and putting effort into making them clean and usable enough for technology. And we need research funding and a number of other things like that. So the conclusion, it seems, like I mentioned earlier, would be a place where, a future where only people who can access English or Spanish or German or Mandarin, any of these colonial big languages that have taken the leaps necessary to get into computer technology would be able to work in a future, in which we're living for our children. The question, of course, then becomes, at least for me, or for those of us who realize how much work it needs to get us to where we need to be. Maybe the future becomes one where we cede that space to English. I don't hope that will be the case, but even if that's the case, maybe the only benefit you can think of, the only consolation, is that maybe when computers take over, like many people assume would happen, and every part of our lives are determined by computer use, maybe the absence of African languages in these spaces might become an advantage, in which case, you are not, your life, people then run to languages that are not available in technology as a way to hide, as a place where you can be sure that technology is not as intrusive, because technology can't understand these languages, doesn't have the tools to basically understand the way you think and the way you work. And maybe, these languages become some of those that are needed to create codes to be able to avoid, general intrusion of technology. In any case, I think there's basic advantages into doing enough work to make sure our languages are comfortable with technology, and that technology can work more efficiently in these languages, so that, not just young people, but everyone who speaks an African language can communicate with each other. I think, again, I mentioned that Larry Mado video where you can translate a speech from English into Spanish, which kind of makes it easy to do these days. But we can't have things like that from Yoruba to Swahili, or from Ishan to Hausa, for instance. And those are the technologies I think we need to be able to communicate with each other, so that, when we think of many problems that plague Africa, it's usually a matter of communication and cultural comfort with each other. If we have technology that can help bridge that gap, maybe we have a better future, even if English becomes that big of a behemoth that we can't avoid. We can still have tools that can help us ourselves make basic daily activities easy to do, without having to have to learn a language from the scratch. That's all for me. Thank you so much. I will welcome any questions, and maybe I can talk more.
Okay, great. We have 12 minutes for questions, comments. Who wants to go first? Yeah. It's not on.
Okay, thank you. Please, my question is, the videos generated by the AI, can it be monetized?
Can it be what?
Monetized by the Sura, yes.
So this is the capitalist in the room. Okay. Who wants to? I guess Kola, since you are the one who showed the video, he wants to know how he can make money off of it.
Of Sora. The OpenAI people, I think, they have not released it to the public yet. And people are just giving prompts to design whatever you want to talk about, and it comes out. I think eventually they want to make it. I think OpenAI is a business, so I assume, I'm not sure. And I think they probably want to make money as well. So eventually you'll get to a stage where you can probably pay a certain amount and then go there and put your own prompt and generate videos, whatever you want. What I worry more for are those animators, people who work in Hollywood, where, you know, instead of having to pay someone to do all this work for you, just put it in a machine and the machine just designs and you create all the scenes already and just stitch them together. We are almost there now. That will happen. So some people will make money. I just don't know whether it's you. I think that's my own conclusion. But you can try, you know.
Thank you.
Karen.
Just a disclaimer, I have no idea about anything about AI. But I do want to ask a question because it did come up yesterday as well. What are the dangers of misuse outside of monetization? Because on one end, we have Kola being really excited about the data that can be added. And then on the other side, we have Alex who's like, no, no, no. And so what are the dangers? Like, should we be excited about AI, the data we can feed in, how well it can kind of understand us? Or is like, what are the potentials of misuse? Just please clarify that for us. Thanks.
Do you want to go? Let me come up here.
Okay. I think one of the dangers would be false information, right? You have apps that can generate images of people who were not in places, right? I think last year, I was still sharing with a couple of people yesterday that last year there was an image of Selena Gomez at the Met Gala, and in actual fact, she wasn't there. And it looked so real, right? So it means that people could say, well, you were there, and then you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that it wasn't you. It also means that, you know, what if something happens, right? Somebody commits a crime, and then they are able to manipulate images. So it goes like really into like deeper things, right? Lore, right? So how does the law courts, how do they verify that, you know, you were not actually there and this was just an image generated? How, so it's really, it's something we should be very careful about, I would say, because obviously, and this is why there's something like ethics of AI, because we need to ask this question so that these companies actually know that there are deeper and serious issues that these things raise. How do you address people mishandling or misproducing things, right, that didn't actually happen? How do you, what measures are you going to put in place for, you know, combating these things? So it's something we should just, you know, treat with caution. Yeah, so that's how I'll answer that.
Tunde.
I also want to mention that part of, I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. I've heard a lot of people speak about misuse in terms of intellectual property. I think that's very important as well. there's a lot of work that had been created and authors don't get paid because somebody just creates an AI machine, goes into a library and scans all the books, without taking permission, and then creates an AI system that can use things in that book to make money for himself. So I worry about all the possibilities of creating data. And it's something I think about a lot, even while thinking of African language presence in technology, where a body of knowledge that belongs to people then becomes something commodified that somebody can then just use to benefit his own self. So I hope that while we're working, also thinking about how to make sure that we create the barriers so that doesn't become another exploitation funnel to the pockets of the people who just have the means to do it.
Thank you. Tunde.
My question is for Kwabena. As a teacher, I'm seriously worried about the trend of the use of AI by our students to write their essay or continuous assessment. Yeah, he pointed some examples and then the challenge with that. And unfortunately for many of them, they are not smart enough. They're not smart enough to know how to edit, how to improve on that. Now, my question would be, as teachers, we are here in this room, what are we doing? How can we, as much as possible, educate our students on the danger of relying? I'm sorry, many of them are so lazy now. What are we doing? The future is at stake. And we must be worried. So that's my question. That's my worry anyway. If it's a question, I don't know. Thank you.
I think the younger people will think, oh boy, he's so scared. The future is not at stake. The future is just fine. All of their questions will be answered using ChatGPT, and the faculty members will be just fine. Kwabena, have I answered your question for you?
So actually, there was a very short part of my presentation that I've gone in there, where the argument is that we teach the students to use ChatGPT and other platforms for structure and not for content. So the thing is, and lazy students will always exist. They've always existed. Just that technology has made it more sort of approachable for them to do these things. So it's up to us to also explain to them the use of it and the ethical use of it. We can't save the world. I don't think so, especially in an African university where the students are too many. I have a colleague in a university in the US who he can give an assignment and meet every student and talk to them. That's paradise to me. It can't happen in my classes. So we have to work around it. So for me, it's about teaching them the use of it for structure. So for example, maybe you're writing a paper on something, how can you structure it? That, I think, it's a more ethical use than just write the thing for me, because like you're saying, they don't even have the skills to edit enough to get out of these problems. And my students are even worse, where they just copy and paste it. So, imagine the first sentence is, ChatGPT is this. Or and I'm like, so you didn't even think to do that, So, I understand where you're coming from, and I think the best we can do with our constraints is simply talk about structure and not content.
I just want to add to that. First of all, as someone who uses ChatGPT every day, I find that even in the context of the workplace, if you engage with, so there's this thing where when I was much younger, the new things we're trying to embrace, right? The way our much older people engage with it was from a place of fear and concern. And so we hid our methods from them, right? And so that means that fundamentally, the way we teach has to even change. Because quite frankly, if you're going to come and dictate a note to me, why do I need you when ChatGPT can give me a better note? Right? And so a healthy way to engage, and I'm saying this even in the context of the workplace, because this whole prompt thing is a workplace problem too, where you tell someone to generate a report and you just look at it and once you just see however, you just know this is ChatGPT. Right? There are a couple of words that you just know that this is an amateur prompter, right? And so what I like to do with my own team is I tell them that, look, you know what, if you're trying to like find an answer, because a simple way I like to think of ChatGPT is that it's a calculator for the mind, right? So if I ask everyone here 2 plus 2, everybody knows the answer is 4. But if I said 65 times 264.84, if you had enough time, you're going to solve it. But ChatGPT is going to solve it. The calculator solves it for you instantly. And for a lot of thoughts, it's also what it does. It just accelerates like the creation of answers. So what we need to teach, inevitably, is critical thinking and how to ask better questions. But like the way we teach has to change. The way we even hold our teams accountable has to change. And so like as a matter of like, this one is not a threat, it's a guarantee. But the only people that tools like ChatGPT will replace are people who don't know how to use it, right? So the writer who will not be replaced is a writer who knows how to use it very well as a co-pilot or even co-worker. Yeah, so teach people, like just engage and collaborate. Yeah.
Okay, Alex, then Glenn, then Patience, then, okay. I'm fine with questions. We are eating into our break and we all agree. This is a democracy, right? So the democratic Balme, the democratic country of Balme, we are continuing the questions and answers and we only get a 5-minute break.
Okay, this question is for Oluwaseun. I hope I said that right. It's similar to my problem with putting African mother tongues on AI yesterday. This one is about like how many of us have fought throughout history to be lonely. How many people actually don't want to be with other people. Women in particular, for example, in many different cultures and civilizations avoided men on purpose because of the conditions of marriage. In Western civilization, for example, they became nuns so that they would not have to get married. There are many reasons why we want to hide, why we want to be in secret, or we want to be lonely. I understand you're advocating for an ethics of companionship, of being there, a community and society, but sometimes that can be oppressive. And maybe these, artificial intelligence interactions could be a way for people like that at least not to lose their minds. It's the same relationship that the nun had to the rosary and to the Bible, but now this is a more fun Bible. This is this Bible responds to you. The other one, the text has always been like this, right? We read the book in silence for 4 or 5 hours, and somebody who doesn't read this looking at us like we're crazy, that we're talking to this machine by ourselves and not participating in society. Isn't ChatGPT like this?
Okay, I'm not sure if we can answer that question. We can ponder that question, all right? Glenn?
Yeah, I think this is a general question. I was wondering, it seems like a lot of the arguments about problems with AI or similar kind of tools, a lot of the issues concern deception or concern that the idea that people are doing things that are not necessarily theirs but claiming to work for. At least that's a lot of the discussion I've heard. But I wonder if we have a concern that people may be losing some kind of things or not actualizing some sort of things that we think of are appropriate for human beings. Some abilities. They could be cognitive abilities, or they could be emotional abilities or other kinds of abilities. So then I'm wondering, am I just too old? Am I concerned about something else? So I think about calculators, right? Calculators, maybe teachers who are concerned, if we give people calculators, then they're not going to be able to do arithmetic. Or, maybe we can teach people to critical thinking. We allow them to write the paper, but then we bring with ChatGPT, or AI, then we come in and edit or teach them critical thinking. But what's, then I think, are they going to ask the ChatGPT to edit this. So, I mean, that's maybe why they didn't do such a good on the first one. If they just said, okay, now take what you've given me for the first one and edit it so that I can turn it in, they would have had a better result. I guess the question is, do you think, yeah, is the risk that we come to rely on a technology and lose something that becomes important for us to survive, and then may not be able to retrieve that from our cultural heritage?
So there's a fantastic book by a Kenyan scholar. I can't remember his first name, but his last name is Juma. And it's about technology and the adaptation of technology, how we came to accept margarine, how we came to accept the print machine. There's 6 different chapters. And in reading that, what I found fascinating was that there's always this conversation. So it's just we are having the conversation with a different kind of technology. But with every single technology, there's a conversation. When you get a cell phone, so my father is 85. In my father's imagination, some things cannot be done on the phone. So if it's your birthday, and we are going to plan the birthday party, you have to come to the house. That's not a conversation that's had on the phone, cell phone or not. Right? So for him, that's cell phones can be for emergencies and so on, but for planning birthday parties, for planning weddings, it's a physical meeting. But cell phones also have their use. Like in the middle of the night when you have a family emergency, right? So if you think about it simply in terms of if you have cell phones, people will no longer come and sit and have wine and chit-chat, and we'll lose community. I'm sure we have lost community because of cell phones. You know, you are babysitting your nephews, 3 boys, they are sitting next to each other, and they are all on their tablets. And meanwhile, they ask you to bring them to the same room. Like you spent an hour driving to pick them all up, you put them there, and they are all on their tablets. And I'm asking, so why exactly are you next to each other? Because you don't even have to be in the same room for this. But they apparently will make excellent doctors, laparoscopy, because of their ability to work. Their eye-hand coordination is better than ours, because they've been doing this since they were 2. So I like to think of myself as young, although I know I'm old now. So I think my thing is, this is where we are at, rather than be afraid of it. Figure out, so it's the kinds of questions, as teachers, it's the kinds of questions we ask them. Right, so Fuad's point, you have to put your critical thinking skills on as a teacher to teach in the day of AI. So I will give you concepts which come straight out of the Western textbooks, right? I'm teaching sociology using Western concepts. But the assignment is apply it to something very Ghanaian. So that's how I'm going to figure out, right? And I write that exam the night before the exam is due by watching the TV show with the Ghanaian characters, and I put them right in there. So ChatGPT has no idea what you are talking about. Then you get them, right? So you have to figure out, they can go to ChatGPT to understand the concept. And it can have lots and lots of examples about the concept. But the application of the concept, they will have to use their heads. And if you write, ChatGPT has no idea, then I write good. So you were going to get an A. But since you wrote this exam with ChatGPT gets half the mark and you get the other half. And then we keep moving. Which is how we will end. How do you get around with the absence of data sets for local languages for generative model training? The models from OpenAI, Google, are all based on the English language and therefore carry along biases from English structures. How do you work with these open source models? Have you created a training data set in Yoruba? This is a Karim Kola conversation.
Yes, Karim, we have worked on a number of data sets for Yoruba. One of the projects we're working on right now, which we have written some papers about, is to generate 50 hours of audio data Corpora for Yoruba, and we have finished that, and papers about it are going to be published soon. Even the data itself is going to be made available publicly. But that's 50 hours, which is like the largest we've had in Yoruba. So far, the one we worked at Google was like 5 hours. So that is a step forward. 50 hours is still not enough when you think of the big ideas and big ambitions we want for language technologies. And then imagine that there are several other languages on the continent which don't even have 5 minutes of good data online, audio data. So there is a lot of work to be done. Yoruba we're trying to do as much as we can with the limited funding we can get. And other languages need to do exactly the same thing. But you're right, those biases will remain as long as we keep folding our hands and saying we shouldn't be a part of it. But I also understand the wariness and the importance to be on guard to make sure we don't just let all our materials go to places that can be used for commodifying culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Then there was a comment. Interesting presentations, but frightening things. How careful can one be? How can the positive sides of AI be made more? I think we should seriously consider how to benefit more. Thanks. So I think we'll end on this, whether it's possible to ever have only the positive sides of technology without the negatives. And on that note, we've earned ourselves a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to make you an offer, right? If you're open to it, I don't mind speaking to like maybe your class.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
About, like, how to even think.
That would be fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, we'll be glad to have you.
Yeah.
We'll be glad to have
because,
you.
like, it's not even just a school problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's also in the workplace. So I find that I always, my team now, I'll tell them sometimes when they share investment, I'm like, how much of this is your brain and how much is ChatGPT? But go about our relationship. They're honest with me and say, oh, I use ChatGPT. I had this core idea, I use ChatGPT for fresh start. And I'm like, no, approach it like this and use like this. Right? Yeah, that critical thinking part.
I think we would exchange our contact and so that
we
get approached. Can you help me find that one?
Yes, stop presenting first. Stop presenting first.
Okay.
Okay, now you can present.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you.
It's not.
No, it will not show. If it shows, it will go online.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think that's fine.
But one thing here is.
I want to read
it's not done yet. Because it's supposed to show. One moment, please.
Is it viewers?
Okay, do you want to be reading your notes?
Yeah, I'll read that and I will interact with it.
Okay.
I need to use it for illustrations.
Good. Okay, so that is...
Okay.
No, we will not let it show because once we show, people online will see it. So it's
But once, so let me see whether this pointer will control it.
It's not going as planned.
And probably that's how they're going to market it.
Use presenter view. Good. That's what I was looking for. So,
let me try the. Oh, fine. I'm good with my pointer.
Sure. So I'll just check if it's coming.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming on the screen as well.
And we're going to be missing this because this is not going to become commercially viable. It's going to be probably about the marriage thing, which depends on pure monitoring. Like pure, like completely not even looking at somebody else, not ever feeling anything, not human. Like there's some kind of law involved in like you thinking that you will only be looking at one.
Then there are some more substances.
It will just mean that.
I'm team action. I'm team action. I only want what's in the material world. That's what I can see. Correct. See why I'm like that? It's also the same kind of defending the loss that a person can experience with a robot who is only reacting. It doesn't matter if I pay for it, that's how I would like it. Say yes. And then there's other people that so then you just need to say something. You say in the society for human and so our reports are not and then one total control over the affairs of the agent that we have. So finally we can have these are more general. It's very dark. And the bad side, then you have a perfect object that does other than the energy cost, which figure out a way to power these blocks. They got power like you got power that goes from the also depends on more people have a lot more humans for me. Anyway, obviously I want to say
So this is about the final. Qu'est-ce que me suit the ditch?
And then next folder, the ID and ID of this person. And every time you do this for every object,
Get one.
every community put 5 young people, take pictures, and put the information in this person. Once you have the data and the images, you already have a list of you. If you want to make this a treatment online, there are images that are created, wax, there are other there are tools to put it on address, and one of the things is the data and the images. Just put in Google, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more like the friendly side.
all the smart people that always
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is 15:26. So we're going to have the next session. And so this speaker is the chair and principal investigator, Center for Digital Humanities, University of Lagos. He's in the person of professor or doctor or Mr. In academia. Sometimes we don't really care about, sometimes we do, other times we don't. So I'm just going to do without a title. Tunde Ope Davis, you have the floor. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, hello everyone. Nice to be with you. And I'm Tunde Ope Davis from the University of Lagos. It's my pleasure to be here, and I've been enjoying every aspect of the program. I want to thank Brian and all the sponsors of the program, the Almeida that sponsored our trip, and the councils. I want to thank you so much for facilitating our being here. It's been quite rewarding being here with colleagues and then seeing what other people are doing. Fantastic work. We are looking at the prospect and the challenges of setting up and sustaining DH centers. That's what we're looking at, infrastructure. And Rana has made my job a bit more, much easier, because she's been able to actually tell us, how to set up and sustain DH initiatives in emerging communities or emerging contexts. So I won't repeat some of the things that she has mentioned. I'll just look at a few backgrounds, and I'll go to the very important area that is peculiar to our own center. I know that a number of you are using Apple products, and I don't know whether you realize that humanities scholars are actually part of Apple business. Oh, thank you, yeah. And so don't feel threatened that you are going to lose your job, especially our graduate students. Don't feel threatened that, in some university abroad, they are facing out humanity department. But I can assure you that the future is quite bright, especially when you come to this particular community of practice. We're talking about digital humanities. So Steve Jobs mentioned this, that they marry humanity with technology, and that makes a lot of difference for them. The result they are achieving that has helped them. Then he also mentioned, as reported in this newspaper, that one of the greatest achievements at Pizza was that we brought these two cultures together and got them working side by side. So talking about humanities and technology and digital humanities, definitely we are moving in the right direction. So in our context, we argue that what sets DH apart from other disciplines is the ever-evolving creative and innovative potential to combine ideas, okay, and data from traditional humanities with skills and technologies in computer science and technology. Now, this is just about the background. I mean, Rainer has already given us that background as to what DH is all about, how DH talk about collaboration and other things. But let me emphasize the critical role of infrastructure, because that is what this session is all about, and how that can help to modernize and improve what we do in the humanities, okay? So we have to leverage infrastructure to be able to do that. Now, these are just the brief summary of the structure. So let me quickly go to the first part, talking about how technology has now made it very easy now for us in the humanities to really do a lot of things, okay? Now, we have amazing tools that we can use, whether you are in linguistics or literature or history, or you are in philosophy, whatever area of discipline you find yourself in the human sciences. I refer to humanities as human sciences, okay, as some scholars do now. So we can re-examine traditional humanity data for new insights, for innovation, and new research and social benefit. Now, let me refer to these scholars that say digital humanity might enhance, talking about the power, might enhance the external impact of humanity research, more specifically, the commitment to public engagement by means of strategic opportunities offered by digital techniques. To pursue this objective, intermediation seems necessary in order to switch on the humanity within society. The value of a digital approach lies in its usability in the traditional tools and what it helps to supply. So we are analyzing the context and looking beyond the academia. Now, this guy also tries to provide this profound insight about the role of technology in the humanities. It says it opens up an interactive interface for the new generation of scholars, now for those of you who are just coming up, to enable them to extend their studies and research of humanities under a digital platform, and give them the power to apply traditional skills of the humanities to understand digital culture while learning how this technology can enable them to explore the key questions in the humanities. It's an alternative way of doing scholarship in the humanities that involves collaborative, transdisciplinary, and technological engaged analysis, research, development, teaching, resource generation, and making them available for the new generation of users. Now, when we talk about the role of infrastructure in digital humanities, what are we talking about? Okay, we are talking about things that are available that can help us now to do our work. Okay, we have approaches, we have tools, we have facilities that can help us to interrogate social and cultural data, to redefine research and innovation in the humanities and recruit humanities scholars. DH is particularly crucial in creating a new intellectually stimulating workspace environment, promoting collaboration, inclusion, community engagement, and development, equality, and social justice, especially when you talk about supporting digital advocacy and activism. Within the framework of African studies, African studies and scholarship, this new approach can enhance the capacity of digital structure, information and communication technologies, computer methodology, and social technology to stimulate and dictate innovative directions in digital information processing, digital archiving, and cultural reproduction, cultural co-creation, community participation, ownership of research, and cultural preservation, and digital, social, and cultural inclusion. Now, during those sessions, the breakout session, we listen to a lot of, ownership of data
and how to engage the public in what we do. Very, very important in research projects in digital humanities. Now, I have 6 categories of infrastructure that I would suggest. You want to start, you want to plan DH centers. 1, intellectual infrastructure. Prospective or present DH scholar must develop capacity through training and personal development. So for our young people who are coming up, you must engage your mind to develop yourself. And I'm happy you are here because this is part of the training that can help you. Number 2, physical infrastructure. There must be an enabling space or workspace. Okay? You create a digital media laboratory. A well-designed and functional website will give the center visibility and patronage. Number 3, you need institutional infrastructure, especially those of us in Africa. You know, you have to convince your VC, your dean, why you think you want to set up, you know, a DS center. I remember the first time when I returned from Germany after the Humboldt research stay, and I brought the idea, and it looks strange. What are you talking about? Well, I'm happy that my dean then, you know, bought into it, gave us a small space. And then we started, I will talk about that very shortly. Okay, so you must secure their support so that they can support your initiative. Number 4, you must have a digital technology infrastructure, okay, what we call digital research environment. You must acquire relevant hardware and software for training and research. DRE is particularly critical in setting up effective data. I can't see. 5 minutes? Wow, that's interesting. Okay, so we have research project infrastructure, capacity building infrastructure. So you have all these that you must put in place. And then so we have how this can revolutionize, how DH can actually empower research in the humanities. You can apply tools, that's MaxQDA tools for one of our research projects. And then you have AntConc, and then you can a lot of tools that are now available to do our work. And then you have the benefit of what DH can bring into the humanities discipline. Now, I have about four phases of development of DH in Africa. Number 1, phase 1, okay, academics, researchers abroad who are doing their work in Africa. Number 2, phase 2, scholars of African descent who are doing, like Yeku, doing a fantastic job out there. Phase 3, African and non-African scholars based in African university who are also working in this area. Number 4, creation of these humanities and these related centers. So we have examples there. Now in 2019, we held this program in Leiden, African Digital Humanity Workshop. And then that brought us together from different parts of Africa. Then, we now inaugurated a network for African Digital Humanity. So if you want to join, you are free to just contact me. Then we have fantastic work being done by our people from councils, and then they've organized program over and over again. Now, let me quickly now mention in the next 2 minutes how we transited from our research unit to our center. Now, I mentioned, started in 2015 with a small office, small center, and then, so that was the 2015, that's where we are, research unit. I got this funding from Humboldt Foundation, which I used to start that. Then in 2019, we transited to the Center for Digital Humanities. And then, so we have a bigger space now. So we have delegates from Germany that came during the inauguration in 2019. And then, so that's the space where we are in Lagos. That's our center in Lagos. So you are free to visit us. We are in session. We have ICT guys who are working with us. That's our workflow at the center. So you are free to get involved. Then, these are the projects we are working on at the moment. We've completed the second one, then funded by federal government TED fund. Then, these are some of the projects we also have in mind. Then quickly, we are working on digital repository. You can find that on our website. Okay, that's our website. So you are free to contact or visit it. Then I would have loved to talk about these projects, which I mentioned in one of some of the sessions we had. Then it's actually related to what Rana is doing on digital mapping. So we are collecting novels written on Lagos, and we are trying to do a digital map of that. So if you click that, you will see mention location as it in the 60s, and then compare that with what we have now. Okay, so we have museum, also digital map that you want to visit. You can also look at that. Then this is the latest project on digital political discourse. So it's been completed. So we have the report submitted, and then that's the server and the dedicated website for that project. That's the project site. You can always visit that, and then before I conclude, more importantly is the need for you to put in place training. So we started with that. In 2017, we held this first summer school in digital humanities. Second one, we had a conference in 2017. 2018, we got funding from Volkswagen Foundation through my friend Ovind in University of Cologne. And you are going to see, do you know this man there? That's one man in that place there that was there in Lagos in 2018. That's Alex G. So he was with us in 2018 as one of the facilitators. So Donald is from Canada, Morgan is from USA, and then that's Ovind from University of Cologne. So we need that to be able to actually attract, so we're able to bring together facilitators that came to train our guys, and then so some of the participants during the conference, summer school, and then just recently I was brought into a national committee. We developed texts and courses for this humanities. So from this academic year, this 2024 academic year, these humanities courses will be taught all over Nigeria now. So, courtesy of the little effort that we're able to initiate in Nigeria. So from okay, thank you very much. So that's how far we've gone. Then we've been able to reproduce ourselves. One university there, that's in last year. Then another one started, I was part of everything there. Then these 5 guys, they are part of the people we produce through our summer school, and they are now abroad also pursuing courses related to digital humanities. So we have a lot of things. So the future, we are still working, and we believe that we are going to make more progress. So DH has a lot to offer. I believe that if you engage your mind and you are willing to make the sacrifice and commit yourself, we have a lot we can do through DH. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, O.P. Davis Tunde. Okay, so next is one of the conveners of this great conference. He's called Brian Rosenblum. He's the co-director of digital humanities at the University of Kansas. Brian, you have the floor.
15, all right, let me know how I'm doing it. All right, well, thank you, Tunde, for that. I'll now talk about our center at the University of Kansas. It's a bit different. It's probably smaller in scope than yours. And I'm just waiting for my slides to come up. But while I'm waiting, I'll just say, I'll be talking about this from the perspective of a U.S. public research institution. So it's a different context, but hopefully it'll provide some examples and maybe some of the same kinds of challenges. And then just a word about DH centers in general. I think probably the first centers, as we think of them now, DH centers, were probably established around 2000 or so. Is that right, Alex? Somewhere in there, like at George Mason and Maryland. And then there was yeah. Yeah, and then Kansas, ours was established in 2010, so maybe the second wave. Nowadays, there's a proliferation of DH centers across the U.S. At all kinds of institutions. But the thing about them is there's no set model for how a DH center works. They focus on different things. They might focus on different methods. They might be organizationally in the libraries or not in the libraries. So it's not like other library departments where there's a set of kind of processes where you might have with acquisitions or instruction. So I'll talk about how we do it at ours. And ours is a little smaller in scope. Things that you mentioned, Tundi, like the digital repository, we don't do that. That's another unit in the library. So you can go ahead and start. Or next slide. Oh, there we go. Okay. So just organizationally, we are a partnership between 3 units at the university, KU Libraries, the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and the Hall Center for the Humanities. So right away you can see that we are, we have 3 stakeholders that we report to, sometimes with differing, oh, should I? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, 3 stakeholders, sometimes with differing priorities, research or teaching. And our charge is we serve the whole university. We're not focused on a single department or a single kind of method. We're really there to serve everyone. There we go. So just to give you a sense of our size, this is actually much bigger, makes us look much bigger than we are. We have 2 co-directors, 2 part-time co-directors, one from the libraries, which is myself, and one that's been kind of rotating over the years from the college. Currently, it's my colleague Dave Tell in communication studies. I'm on sabbatical this semester, so we have interim co-director, consultations with students and faculty, sometimes some seed grants when we have the funding, and we used to do an annual conference every year. We don't have enough staff to build projects for people or really do a lot of hands-on work. So we're more guiding people, connecting people. And I'll talk about each of these very quickly. Okay. So each fall, we hold what we call our digital jumpstart workshops. We kind of pack several different workshops into 1 or 2 days on different topics. These are introductory workshops. Anyone's welcome, 1 to 2 hours each. The last couple of years, we've been partnering with our Center for Teaching Excellence on campus, and instructors who attend those workshops are eligible to get a small stipend and support from the IDRH to implement digital humanities assignment or tools in the classroom. We have a digital storytelling colloquium. This is a series of public events. It started in 2019, so due to COVID, it was online only. This year, we're finally starting to do that in person. Alex, you're not there, but Alex was one of our speakers this last year. These are open public talks, 2 per semester, with folks doing interesting digital projects, digital storytelling projects from around the country. This is probably my favorite program that we do. It just started 3 years ago when we finished doing our conference, our Digital Humanities Fellows program. So we select up to 10 faculty, staff, or students who are doing a digital humanities project or interested in any aspect of digital humanities, and they kind of form a cohort, a team for a year. They get a private workshop with the 2 or with the 4 colloquium speakers that we invite, and then a number of research. It's just an attempt to kind of build a community, a little group to get feedback on research projects and ideas. And it's been a really great way to engage with students and faculty because you get to work with them for the full year and build a little bit of a relationship. We've had, so this is our 4th year doing it, so we've had 37 people come through that program. Actually, one of our fellows this year is a graduate student from Ghana. I don't know if Bridget is online watching, but if she is, hello. And then, let's see, this, okay. Wow. Then we've offered, depending on the funding we have for each year, we give some grants out. I just mentioned the teaching grants. Those are for people who are going to be trying to revise their course to include a digital humanities aspect. We provide web hosting on a third-party server for graduate students. When they graduate, we can provide 3 years of hosting if they have an ongoing project that they want to keep online. We sometimes have had seed grants where we have awarded up to $15,000 for like a larger scale digital project. We don't do those anymore. We don't have the budget. But we do have mini grants, which is up to about $500. It's a little bit less, but that can help people attend conferences or purchase software or some other thing that they may need. We used to organize a conference every year, the DH Forum. It started out, we did about 9 of these. The first one was 6 presenters. We were just introducing digital humanities to campus. That was back in 2011. It grew to over 100, 120 attendees over 3 days. It was a lot of work. I'm kind of glad we stopped it, but the content was great. And if you look back over our the topics, the themes of our conference, you can see sort of the evolution of our center and probably the evolution of somewhat of DH conversations in the United States as well. We used to focus a lot on technical tools, data visualization, network graphs, XML markup. We've sort of moved more towards community engaged scholarship, public digital scholarship, global kind of awareness of different kinds of things happening around the world. All of the presentations for all of our conferences, 5 minutes, okay. All the presentations for all of our conferences are online. We have about 220 videos of DH presentations from the last 10 years. So also a great snapshot to see what kind of things have been going on. Most recently, we were awarded a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities to host a public digital humanities institute. For this, we brought together 24 people from 12 projects. They came in teams of 2. These were community-based digital humanities projects. So the intent was projects that originated within the community rather than from the academic side, but they were academic community partnerships. And this provided an opportunity which community members typically don't have to get training in digital humanities, to work with other colleagues. So they came to KU for 1 week. We got amazing feedback about it. It was really fun, and the 12 projects, they're at all different stages and different types of projects, but there's a list on the website, and they're all great. I would love to talk about that more if anyone's interested. And then we have our of course, our African Digital Humanities program that James Yaku started in 2019. So in addition to this conference every year, we've had webinars and other discussions as well. All those videos are also online as well from the past conferences. Here's why we think we matter, and this is what we some kind of our pitch to our administration as well. We lower barriers of entry to DH for faculty and students. We promote collaboration among teaching, research faculty, librarians, students, technologists, other units on campus. We create space for experimentation, and we help the KU community share scholarship, develop project ideas, advance careers. It's been amazing to see some of the graduate students who came through our center go on to become professors of digital humanities, and just kind of connect people across campus or beyond. We actually, Tundi, don't have our own physical space, or you have more workstations than we do. We don't have any, but we can use the other facilities in the library. And of course, we work with many librarians who are not officially part of the center, but our metadata librarian, data services librarian, instruction librarians, other technical folks, especially through our consultations. So most of our work is small-scale projects, not focused on library materials or collections, but really individual research projects. So that's actually a lot easier. They're smaller to manage. You don't have all the bureaucracy of trying to work through the institution as much. So that's, yeah. So there's also a lot of potential to do stuff with the library collections itself. But that's another unit that's really doing that. The challenges we found for this are managing expectations and perceptions from those outside of DH who either think you know everything about every aspect of DH and want you to do that, or think that you can help them build the most fancy, advanced, boutique kind of project with this functionality and that functionality, or that they can even stop by and have us digitize something or create a website for people. We just don't have the staff to do that. Or administrators who maybe think you can achieve more than you can. We're a very small unit, and this was a bigger issue early on when people weren't as familiar with digital humanities. But we don't, people can't come in and give us a disk and we digitize their items or build a website. They often want us to. Finding the right balance between all these research, teaching, outreach activities, being involved in campus conversations about the value of digital humanities and taking it seriously. So it's really can be hard to show, finishing up. It can be hard to show the impact of a digital work. And so the impact might not be felt till later on, or they might not be clear how much labor went into presenting a digital project. So if we can get people to describe the process, how the projects were created, to document a lot of that and who was involved, going out to departments and kind of talking to them about how one evaluates digital scholarship, things like that. Interacting across disciplines and units. If you're at a big university, you know how difficult that can be. There's always just organizational barriers or hindrances. And then institutional capacity as well. How much can our university IT support in terms of server space, technical support, funding for the center? Those are all things that are just ongoing issues we tackle. Okay, I'm just going to skip here. This is just about different research sharing sessions to connect people across campus and get ways that we get people involved. And I can talk about that later. And then the rest of this is just a showcase of digital humanities projects by faculty at KU. So happy to talk about all of those later. These are not our projects, but individual faculty projects that we have had mostly some hand in, bigger or little. But there's a wide variety of genres, topics, and so on. Digital editions, some of the genres that Alex mentioned yesterday, digital collections, digital editions, data visualizations, classroom assignments, mapping, and so on. So thank you for the time, and happy to talk more.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my favorite part. By the way, Brian, thank you. Now is the Q&A, questions and answers. You know, sometimes when you attend a conference, you listen to presentations, sometimes you don't really know what is going on. You are like, oh my God. Now is an opportunity to vent your frustration onto the panel. All the stuff that they said, give it to them. I give you that power. Just give it to them. So it's going to be in a total of 45 minutes. But then these guys here are going to have the opportunity to start first. So the first few questions are for them. Subsequent ones, I throw it to the public. Then whatever you want to say about them, if you want to disagree with them. And it's okay to disagree. This is academia. You cannot be arrested. Okay. Okay, so.
I think we want to bring 3 or 4 others.
Oh, 3 or 4 others. Okay. Okay, I think Alex.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah.
Yeah. And people have questions for you too, so why don't you join the team?
We can do a couple questions.
Yeah, questions for you two first.
Okay. I'll do a couple of questions for Brian and Tunde, and then Alex and
Karen, Alex, and Randa. We're in the, it says in the poster.
Oh, okay. All right.
After they ask questions too.
So I have a few questions down here for you, Brian and Tunde, and this comes in no particular order. Anybody or any one of you are talking, take it up. As scholars, increasingly, see English language, increasingly incorporate digital tools and technologies into their research, what strategies can institutions employ to provide adequate training and support for faculty and staff members? It's all about digital tools, emerging technologies. Have you also thought about training? So, hello, one.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, we do several training kind of programs. We do the digital jumpstart workshops every fall. Can you hear me? Is that on? Yeah. Okay. But and then we do classroom visits. Usually just very short, 1 or 2 class sessions, kind of introduction to digital humanities for undergraduates or graduate students, and little workshops throughout the year. They're all pretty introductory workshops. Okay. So for us, it's been mostly a matter of just introducing people to digital humanities, kind of demystifying it a little bit.
Okay.
Easing the fear of trying to learn coding. We don't really have the capacity to do larger things, although we've sometimes fund, can help pay for people to attend DHSI or some other workshop. Right. But, yeah.
Great. Tunde, what do you say?
Yeah, thank you. In our own context, that was the first thing we tried to introduce, because we knew that we really did not have the capacity at that time to be able to really, continue with the DH initiatives that we are trying to, the future we have, the dream we have. So fortunately, we started the summer school, which was very, 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 very useful. And I mentioned in my presentation capacity building training is one of the core mandates that these scholars must actually put on the table in order to be able to raise scholars that can actually be able to do well, apply the tools. And then during our summer school, we used to have a variety of topics and workshops. I remember he was there with minimal computing. I think another person introduced Voyant tools, which a number of my people are using now. Yeah. And then we also did basic programming for humanities.
Okay.
So we brought somebody from computer science that also handled that. So that has been part of the major area of our initiative to actually train people and then empower them so that they can really do well in these humanities.
Okay, that's so great. I would have loved to hear some before. Okay, is it in connection with this? Okay, you can have it.
Oh, sorry. Did you have a follow-up question? Because I was just going to ask a different question.
Oh, a different question. No, if I would have loved to hear something from the Ghana front, because I've heard something from the US, something from Nigeria, maybe something from the Ghana front, because the conference is happening here. So I don't know who they are not here. Okay, so then.
I mean, this symposium is one of the initiatives they are also putting in place to train people.
Yeah.
So we have
like this conference.
Graduate
yes.
students who are here,
yes.
who are now being trained.
Okay.
So I believe it's one of the things they're doing.
Yes. Okay. Right. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Tunde, I have a couple of questions for you. Thanks so much for your presentation. It was really exciting to see all the DH stuff happening in Nigeria. I thought that you glossed a little bit over the projects that you're doing, so I wanted to give you some space to talk about maybe one or two of your favorite projects that your lab is doing or your center is working on now. And my second question was if you could elaborate, because you mentioned that now DH is going to be taught in all of Nigeria. So what does that mean?
Okay. Your first question, you are trying to find that. Can you please take that again?
The first question is, well, just can you tell us some more detail about the projects?
The projects we are working on.
Yeah, what's your favorite project that's happening in the center?
Yeah, the project, one of the projects I mentioned is called LitTech Lagos, Literature, Technology and Society. We are trying to actually, we are collecting novels written on Lagos or having the setting in Lagos, where you have a similar to Autoria, is it London? And then I don't know how many of you are familiar with Lit Long Edinburgh. It's a digital map where you have, writers or authors, they collected different novels with setting in Edinburgh. So it's because I was in Edinburgh and I gained that experience there. So I decided to now do a similar project in Lagos. So we're having, at the moment, we are looking at 2 novels. We've identified about 10 that we're still going to actually we are going to still look at. For instance, we are doing thematic, in terms of themes. We are looking at themes of entertainment, cultural heritage, and relationship, how they are mentioned in those novels. And then so you can now look at that and compare that with novels written at this time, during this 20th century or 21st century. So we're looking at post-colonial literature, and then we're also looking at modern writers, how each of them describe Lagos, describe those locations, describe those events, describe those cultural artifacts. How were those artifacts in the 60s? How are they now? We are talking about cultural preservation. So we see that project as contributing to cultural preservation. We see that as also providing a sort of information for tourists who may want to visit Lagos. I want to identify places they can actually visit. So interesting places they can visit. So these are some of the things we are trying to achieve through that project. Okay. On the second one, yes, I mentioned again, without being immodest, I mean, our center is the first in Nigeria, and then I brought the
I brought DH to Nigeria. And then, so with the little we've been doing over the years, in the last 4 or 5 years, so it caught the attention of some of my senior colleagues who were connected with government, with the university commission. And they decided that, okay, now it's time to actually introduce courses in digital humanities in all universities in Nigeria. So they started, they put the committee together, and then I wasn't there, but one of them said, look, if you are going to do anything on DH in Nigeria, you must go and call this man a Unilag. So that's how I was brought into the committee, and then developed the curriculum, the topics, and then we've even developed a course text that they are going to use from October. So all year one students in the Faculty of Arts all over Nigeria will start taking courses in DH, and you can understand the multiplier effect of that over the next few years. So we are going to develop a very, an army of DH enthusiasts who are going to do a lot more than what we can do. I mean, we are getting older.
Okay.
So I don't think
Thank
do
you.
more.
Thank you, Tunde. So this question is one of the most important. Every emerging technology will meet a barrier. So the next question is, what are some of the barriers making this digital technology difficult for institutions or whatever organization to accept it? The technical barrier, especially when we come to communities like African communities, what are some of the challenges by way of that hinder the acceptance of DH generally?
Is this for the...
No. You can take that one.
Okay. All right. I have a few things to say about this one, actually. I think one of the biggest barriers as a, what do you call an early or junior scholar is, we talk about all these things in DH, openness, collaboration, this, that, and we practice these things. But at the end of the day, the way that tenure and promotion works is that it doesn't recognize these things, and it doesn't reward you for these things. So if you practice DH and you do it early...
Could you say that again? Tenure and promotion where? Where you
promotion,
work?
yeah, it's in the context of North America, also
Okay.
in the context of Europe. I'm not sure how things work here.
Okay.
In the Gideon context, I heard that it's a little bit more open to collaboration and to publishing articles instead of books. But the way that the North American system is built is that everything that we preach is not rewarded. So this creates a very big barrier for accepting these methods, because they're not yet seen as something that is robust enough to be part of the system.
So DH is not robust enough in North
Let
America.
me
Is
add
that
to
what
that.
trying to is gonna? No,
Yeah, let me
hold
add to-
on. No,
okay.
no. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, in the eyes of
Yes.
in the eyes of whoever is making the decisions, it's not.
It's not. Okay. Alex, are you able to respond to that? Then I'll come back to Tunde.
Sure.
Because you were talking about cultural
English,
stuff.
what Randa said is true.
Yes.
There are some really rare cases of people that get tenure as professors of DH, but most people have a job like I do, which is not permanent. I have a really strange job. But also I have a good job. I'm not complaining, but I'm also very rare, because most people actually don't find jobs. In the libraries, there was a period of 10 years where a lot of American libraries were hiring digital humanities librarians, but I think Kansas is the only one hiring a digital humanities librarian anymore. There's like one more. It's like that practice is over. So basically, there's no opportunity there's no good life opportunity in digital humanities. This is important for young people to understand. Old people will tell you, oh yeah, this is the future, technology, this is great. Except they like their jobs where they never learned how to use this, and they like the power they have. And actually, some of the young people are paying attention and saying, I prefer to be the boss of the person who does the technology than learning the technology. So this is a challenge. At least I see this not only in North America and Europe, I see this in other places in the planet also as well. English, obviously, but also there's an even bigger challenge connected to this learning thing. Everybody's waiting for somebody to teach them what it is that they need to learn. This is bullshit. Nobody learns DH like this. The people who do DH, the people who are famous in the world of digital humanities, everyone taught themselves. Every single one. I cannot think of one person in digital humanities that I know around the world that is famous that waited for somebody to teach them. That doesn't exist. So, and also waiting for a center is also something I've never done. At Columbia University, I didn't have a center. Me and my friend Dennis Tenen, we just said, we're gonna get together on Fridays. And every Friday from 3 to 5 p.m. for a period of 10 years, we got together and students started coming and getting together with us. Other colleagues started coming, getting together with us. No center. And we actually produced more digital humanities projects than any center in the United States of America. And like high profile projects, like projects that were like eventually featured in the New York Times, Wired magazine, like really impactful projects that helped people in America without a center. So this, don't wait for teaching, don't wait for a center. I'm talking to young people, but I'm talking to PhD students now. And also, be very careful with the other young people who are listening and saying, I am going to be the one with power, while you're going to be the one studying. So get ready for a fight that will last probably for the next 20 or 30 years, so that you, the ones with the skills, the ones who work and study hard, are the ones who take over the university. And it's not given to the political blah, blah, blah. Okay? This is...
All right. Thank you.
I think,
this is what
I just gonna say, I think there's a couple questions on Zoom as well. So.
Okay, I'm told there's a question from Zoom.
While we're waiting for that, I just say that we also have joining us Menno van Zanen from who spoke yesterday from Sadalar from South Africa, one of the sponsors, actually the sponsor that's paying for the streaming of this. So he's available as well to weigh in from the South African perspective.
So that's a perspective. Wonderful presentation.
And I think I saw James online.
Yeah, James and they're online. The two of them are online.
I think we can read. So somebody's putting up this in connection with the questions, the question on hindrance of digital DH.
No, this one is asking for the period of the training.
But where? Your university.
Yeah.
So what is it?
It's not my university, but let me respond.
Yes.
Well, for now, the last summer school we held was in May, I guess, 2001. So, unfortunately, unlike Rana, that have a lot of sources of getting funding, the funding scheme that was being used then came to an end. And so we are just trying to actually source another funder to help us run that. But I'm happy to announce that we just established a collaboration with University of Verona. What's the name now? So if you keep in touch and you are checking our website, we are having another summer school with University of Verona in September, I think 6 to 9 September this year. So, and definitely they are willing to actually sponsor students to attend that summer school. So we look forward to that. We hope that we can have a number of students that can attend, and then we have another training for people who are just coming in, and then those who are already established. So please keep in touch with us, and then another summer school is on the way this year. Thank you.
Yeah. Are you ready? To put that guy on? Okay.
Can I ask something?
Somebody's on. I'll put you on.
Participating in
he's trying to respond to something.
He wants to respond to something. So you are next.
Let's bring him up.
No, I think he's just here.
Oh, he
here
just
to be
partly
able
goes.
to-
Okay, okay. Okay, you go ahead.
I can reply if
Okay.
I want. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Just quickly so first of all, I really like the discussion so far. I mean, a lot of interesting things have popped up. Just a few quick comments. So first of all, on the collaboration, and I think that is needed in digital humanities. So in South Africa, that's quite interesting. I think the focus here is very much on publishing individually. So you can get some funding if you publish, but if you do it with multiple authors, you essentially subdivide the money. So the focus is really not on collaborative research, and I think that is making things hard on this side. And for the rest, I fully agree on the training and not needing to wait for somebody to tell you what to learn. You just need to start doing it. I see here that especially researchers from the field of humanities, they're extremely afraid to jump into the more computational side. A lot of the people in humanities already in high school have decided not to do anything with mathematics or anything computational. They prefer not to touch that part, and all of a sudden they realize, oh, if I want to do digital humanities, then perhaps I should have done a bit more work on kind of mathematics or computational, even though it might not be that difficult, but just that whole sense of this is going to be difficult. I think that is something we're really struggling with. I'm not sure if that's the case in other countries, Nigeria, US. As well, but I think that is something we're really struggling with. So there are people who are interested, but then they see, oh, I need to be able to read at least some mathematics, or even if they see like an X, the letter X come along with something that sounds like mathematics, they're really like, oh, this is too difficult. And I think the people who dare to make the jump, I mean, they really jump into that whole opening. What that is digital humanities. I quickly wanted to add that. I'm not sure how that relates to other countries.
All right. I was just going to add, there's definitely some of that hesitation and fear in the U.S., but we've also find, once you kind of lower that barrier and provide some introductory training and provide sort of a roadmap or what to expect, especially, I mean, I think this is also required, students will really start to learn on their own and develop those skills, but they really need to have a research project or a project that they're doing, not just to learn it in theory or in the abstract. You have to have something to apply it to, which will give you the motivation also to keep learning.
All right. Karen, you can go ahead. Yeah, please, you can.
Hello. So I'm working in a very different context, I think, to all of you, because I don't work in an academic institution. I work for an independent research, and actually not even institution, research project that sits between a commercial company and a non-profit organization. And we are still able to do digital, what is being called digital humanities work, or intersecting digital technologies with culture and heritage. And I think an important thing to ask each one of you who are sitting within universities is, what are you leveraging when you sit within a university that supports digital humanities work? Because you are coming up against bureaucracies like KPIs, publication standards, peer review, things like that are difficult to get past. And you're also sitting within institutions that don't necessarily support the kind of work that you're doing. So what is being leveraged by having those kinds of projects within a university versus kind of taking them out and seeing if there are other ways of doing this work with more support? So can we hear that from you as well? Because I think it'll help University of Ghana understand the placement of DH in its kind of infrastructure as well.
All right, thank you. We are going to another segment where, now the ball will be on the court of the participants to answer most of the questions. So the questions will come and then you tell us what you think about them. In fact, you're also participants too. But before I do that, there's one thing I want to say. about the acceptability of DH. DH generally is not an area, it's not a discipline. I believe you all know that. Anything that is not a discipline, you need to make a very compelling effort, compelling reason for people to accept you. Because you can say this, the chemistry people are there, the psychology people are there. This guy is a psychologist sitting there. He's already established, the discipline has already established itself, but DH is an emerging technology. So to say that it's not accepted is something I want to disagree with. But this is what I think, because it's a system, it's a technology that's coming up. You need to make people believe what it is.
I think what Rhonda mentioned earlier is, it's often not seen or accepted as a scholarly activity that's going to get you credit or promotion or tenure.
Yeah, but because it's new.
It's not that new anymore, but
it's like 60 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 60. Its predecessors. There's several predecessors to it. They all date back to more or less the birth of the computer in the 1950s.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been around, and then people have been having journals and conferences all over the world for a very long time. And the Caribbean people were practicing digital humanities in the 1980s, before the internet. We have done some good historical work to find people doing this kind of work in the 1980s, but that's okay. But to be clear, I want to make specific what we're talking. The instruments of evaluation are designed to evaluate a certain material product. I'm always going to be about the material reality of things. In the United States, Canada, and many other parts of the world, there are two products that are evaluated for promotion and to hire people: a book or articles. A book or articles. These are very specific genres with very specific material realities of production, dissemination, and preservation. In digital humanities, we produce other things, but nobody is trained to evaluate them. We produce maps, digital editions, digital archives, data visualizations. It is true that many activities in digital humanities can produce an article. For example, a lot of people do text analysis, and they end up producing articles, and they end up getting promotion based on those articles, because that's what people know how to evaluate. It has nothing to do with whether it's a discipline or not. You know what is not disciplines? Any existing discipline is not a discipline. People do many different things in there, and nobody can tell you what is the one thing that historians all share in common as a method, and I don't know. They don't know. It is because of the material reality of what we produce. Universities do not know how to evaluate them. And what ends up happening is digital humanities people end up working twice. The first time to do the real project, and then the second time to write a book about the project, as opposed to other people that just write the book. So this is why we say people like me around recognize a reality about how hard it is, and our careers have been hard to get jobs. Or like the jobs we have gotten are really strange.
Okay.
I do it because I believe in it. I believe when I say that, for example, I want young people to learn technology from the point of view of the humanities. I think this is a great way for us to prepare against the horrible things that are coming. And I know because a lot of my projects are not about history and culture. Like I have done projects with young people where I mentioned the one where we reconstructed the map. We did another project where we found where the kids were being separated from their families at the border in U.S.-Mexico, and Trump was separating immigrant families. So we were helping immigrants. I just worked with Mexico to do a project where around the people who families are kidnapped. Most recently in this war in Israel and Gaza, I put together a team. We've been doing a mirroring of websites, of cultural heritage websites in the Palestine, because we know they're going to be destroyed. Many of them have been destroyed. And we do this,
And I can do this because I have training in digital humanities. I do this because I like to live my life doing good things and helping people. I'm stupid. But I am trying to preach other people to be stupid with me, but also stupid, but also fighters. You know, to understand what the dangers ahead are, what for their careers, what all the obstacles they're going to face. It's going to be a hard life, but we do this because we want to help. Pirate flag forever.
Okay, now it's time for the people. Yes, you're one of them. So what do you think about all the discussions so far? Unless you have a specific question. Yes, what do you want to say? Half and half, okay.
I guess like my question is more trying to summarize what I've been hearing, but also something that the whole room can ponder, and if anybody has any thoughts, I'd be curious. But if the most effective digital humanities is self-taught, what is it we should build a community around, and how? Are we burying ourselves in an isolated hole? Are we insulating ourselves?
Are those questions or
I'm getting there.
statements? Are they questions or statements?
See, it's half and half, like I said.
What do you think?
Now, can I say the second half of my note? And
yes.
Then, okay.
Tell us what you think.
Okay. So, from a community organizing standpoint, publishing doesn't matter to me. Academia is okay sometimes, but for most other people I work with, the focus is data autonomy, which I think is a lot of what we've been talking about as far as African digital humanities goes and defining it. So I think a lot about when we're thinking about how we define African digital humanities in this room, I feel like it could be easy to be bogged down to our relation to the university, our relation to institutions, but I'm interested in thinking about how exactly we bridge our work between ourselves and the data that we're ultimately working with. And another thing I wanted to highlight is this idea of the tech company and how digital humanitarians sometimes compare and contrast ourselves to what the tech world is doing and to what engineers are doing. And I know that what came up yesterday was people getting digital humanities skills and then going to the tech world. So I'm interested in how we could just move ourselves away from that, compare, contrast entirely, and come up with our own paradigms to evaluate how technology can be leveraged for our cultural heritage and for change.
Okay, thank you so much. Right now, we want to hear from James, who's one of the conveners of this conference. And James, could you make it a bit snappy because we are out of time. Hi, James. Okay.
It's on.
Oh, okay. Hi, James.
Okay, now it's unmuted. I just wanted to circle back briefly to what Randa mentioned, and I think Alex very nicely, reiterated this in relation to what is accepted, what is endorsed for promotion and tenure, and all of those kind of things in the North American context. So I have this digital ephemera project, which Brian very generously highlighted earlier, which is called Digital Nollywood. But at the point I had to abandon that project, inadvertently, because I needed to write a book for promotion. So I wrote a book on social media and popular culture in Nigeria, which for me was something strategic to do, because I understood very early on that to get promotion at the University of Kansas, I needed to write a book. I needed to keep doing my traditional literary and cultural studies research while pursuing a DH project. So the thing for me is the DH project has suffered because I needed to write that book, which was, the pragmatic thing to do. And I think there is a whole lot of discourse on pragmatism in relation to DH, and why drawing on that doesn't necessarily serve my DH project, it does serve my career. So I'm just throwing this out there to, again, support what Randa said, and just to call attention to the need to be balanced and nuanced in our approach to these conversations. I do want to go back to my digital Nollywood project. I hope to be able to, take it further and, as a matter of fact, do some other work which I've abandoned at the project side of things. But to continue to get the recognition as somebody who is in traditional academia, I think it's just important to, take along your, traditional publications. And from what Menno said in the chat, it's probably the same thing. The individual publishing is still very much sacrosanct, and I think that's worth highlighting. I just wanted to throw that out there.
All right, thank you, James. At this point, we very much want to hear from the Ghanaian community, and I have a few questions here for them, and it will be, especially the teachers, the professors. So the first question here is, what are the key challenges faced by African institutions in developing and maintaining digital humanities infrastructure, and how can these challenges be addressed effectively? If you're a student, we have a lot of professors here, teachers, lecturers. If you can attempt, you've listened 2 days now, you've been listening to all the presentations, and what do you think are the challenges? What was the question? Challenges faced by African institutions in developing and maintaining DH infrastructure, and how these challenges can be addressed effectively. Yes.
I'll come and speak on behalf of the imaginary Microphone.
Yes. And Professor, we have many of them, so snappy.
So I think actually our problem is more one of this idea of collaboration. So we work very much in silos here, right? We don't do joint courses. So the idea of a professor of sociology team teaching a class with an English professor, for it to be joint listed in the two departments, doesn't exist. Right, so the students, for example, if you get a degree in English, it's the English professors you know. You don't have a class where the English professor teaches it with the sociology professor. I've always thought, for example, that literature could be taught in sociology, and sociology could be taught using African literature. But the two faculty members would have to team teach it. Now, digital humanities is fundamentally collaborative. So we've got a problem. Because it means, for example, that I should be able to do a project with a professor in computer science. I can't even do a project within the humanities with somebody in English. How am I going to skip over that and go to computer science? And like Menno said, the last time I did math was like 30 years ago. So I think that's actually, it's not about the institutions and money, and it's how do we get over that. If we were going to design a course on digital humanities at the University of Ghana, we are going to have to find willing participants who will be doing the work for free, because if the computer scientist works with us on a project, he's not going to get his promotion on account of that. Neither will I get my promotion on account of that. So if you're a junior scholar, this is a real big thing to think about. I think those of us who are higher up in the system have a lot more flexibility, because I know I already have the professorship, so I can afford to do certain kinds of things. But if you're a junior scholar, especially ethically for me, I don't think it is right for me to be expecting of them certain things that I know could hinder their progress, right? They have to be willing to do it, knowing fully well what its repercussions are. So at a very fundamental point, I think that's where we are in the conversation. And that's where the Karens in this space have an advantage, because she doesn't have to worry about the KPIs and the so on and so forth. So then the point about how do we build a community that perhaps transcends the university and builds bridges across the different communities, right? The academic community and the non-academic community. It's perhaps something that we should be thinking about. So maybe one of the first things we should be doing actually is to think within the Ghanaian context, who are the Karens and so on? Who are those sitting outside of the university who are doing digital humanities projects? And perhaps look to them as the space where we begin the very first projects in a very concrete.
Yeah, you might want to join it with this one because it's closely related to what you just said. It's about funding.
Actually, yeah, but you see, because I live and work in the Global South, I don't like the funding question, because if I was going to think about that, nothing will get done. If I start my problems with my challenge is funding, I will get nothing done, because the funding does. So it's more about building on what you have, your resources, which is the humans and their commitment to the project. If we have that, we will get there.
This is what I want my participants to know. This conference was convened based upon some funding. How did you do that? That's all what they want to. Is it collaboration? Did you have to talk to some people? Did you have to?
We have a budget, right?
Yes, so we want to know about
the budget.
That. Yes.
So once I committed to doing this, then my budget for workshops and conferences, I said, I'm going to commit that money to this particular event. So that's how I
together with connection with some other.
Well, so we put in some of the funds, KU put in some of the funds, the South Africans put in some of the funds, the Swedish put in some of the funds. So I think we have funding from, this is a definite global project.
Yeah.
The money came from different parts of the globe.
Yeah, this information is important because you never know who wants to do the same thing you have done today. That's why we wanted to know the processes that you went through. So thank you. Yes, next question. Strategies, I think they are about the same. How do we keep communication and connection? I think it's about the same.
Yeah, so I think we should segue it into, this is the fourth African Digital Humanities Workshop.
Yeah.
And the first that's hybrid, in-person and virtual. If we think about the fifth, what would we like it to look like? And then also, I think for those of us who are Ghana-based, we have to have a conversation about what are our next steps. At the very minimum, I think we should do an email list. That's sort of minimum we can do, right? And what are different people interested in, minimum. These days, there's Zoom. I have a Zoom account that can take 100 people, and there are not 100 of us from Ghana here. So at the very least, if we are interested and we have the Zoom account, we can do, I don't know, a quarterly meeting, a bi-monthly, whatever, and move it forward in that way as a Ghana collective. But there's also the conversation about the Africa Digital Humanities Collective and what would be next. So, KU folks.
I was just thinking of some initiatives that Alex has done in the Caribbean where you've created a directory of projects, just a directory of resources just to start creating a network and a community and being able to see what's going on as all. And those are pretty simple things to create.
There's also a Slack channel and like about 50 WhatsApp channels where people stay in touch with each other. Again, I'm trying to emphasize most of the projects that I've done, Brian can testify.
Brian can be a testifier. You're not going to believe me, but most of the projects that I have done without money. And in fact, minimal computing comes out of the idea that I have to think about digital humanities without money. So that's why I go to places without money and try to tell them, listen, these things are possible. In the Caribbean, we don't have money and nobody funds us. Now, for the first time, an American organization gave us money after 10 years of working hard. They gave us money and we're using it to do micro grants to give people $10,000, $15,000 so that they can pay for engineers and stuff like that. But before then, we had no money. And that money will run out and we'll have no money again. And then we have to keep going without money. And this is why these kind of simple tools are important. Like a small directory and a small website, not complicated, not something you have to pay money for, but something using free resources. So you put a list of the projects. And then WhatsApp channel, you take advantage of the technology that is already there. Like Robin Hood, you steal from the rich So WhatsApp, fine, you know, like you use it. It's there, you use it. You form a group. But this, I keep insisting. These conferences, a conference like this is great but expensive. It's a conversation to have a high-level conversation, but no, you're not going to learn anything in this conference. You're going to learn when you start getting together working on your research projects. It's a good point that Brian is making. You also don't learn in the abstract. You have to have some idea of something you want to do. And the best thing is students, that idea is shared between 2 or 3 of you. So it's not something one of you is working alone, but 3 of you all been talking every time you have lunch and get together, you talk about the same thing. And then what is that thing? And then let's do something about that thing. And maybe that thing is connecting to somebody outside the university. And then you create a space and nobody's gonna pay you for it. And nobody's gonna give you a good grade for it because of the problem of teaching. English must teach English. These categories that were created during colonial periods continue in what we call the coloniality of power of the present. And they will continue. So don't expect a grade. Don't expect your teacher to tell you good job. No, you're gonna do this because you want to. And nobody's gonna pay you for it. And good luck, it's a risk.
I just want to add to what Alex is saying. I'm not in like a magical or like, what do you call it, risk-free zone, right? Even working outside of academia, digital humanities is still risky. I can be on a project that's really well-funded, or I can be on one where I'm like scraping through to be able to do the work that I want to do. And so I think for me, the next kind of question or thing to understand from the 5th symposium might be like project mindset and understanding how to plan your work and your passions and your interests around projects, because the reality is that nobody is sitting in some institution, be it academic, be it commercial, be it whatever, and is sitting pretty and happy knowing they're going to work on a collection for like 25 years. Nobody is in that position anywhere in the world. But I feel like people walk into a job thinking, I'm going to be dealing with this collection for the next 25 years of my life, and you're not. So understanding how to sustain the work that you want to do, and finding the management tools, the collaborative understanding that you have to do a little bit of work for free in order to get to the position that you want to, and also learning how to let go of things. I think that's the biggest one, once you've gotten to the end of what you can possibly do with the collection. So I think just getting to a project mindset that nobody is sitting comfortable. You might see me in 2 years and I'll be like, oh my God, I hate my life. Right now I love it because I'm on a project that I love and it is comfortable, but it's not always that way. So yeah, project mindset.
So at this point, the ball is on your court. Legon, bye-bye.
He's really left it to me.
He abandoned his post, the captain.
How many more minutes do we have?
12.
12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or less.
Okay. I mean, so I think I've put forward the idea of the email listing. That's acceptable to everyone. Or we can make the list and you can opt out if you want to opt out. And then we'll create a second one of those of us based in Ghana and see how we take that forward. And then we trust that given our existing relationships now with KU, we will find out about the 5th Africa Digital Humanities Project, and then we'll see about how we can plug into that as well. And then at some point also we should be talking perhaps about what we do on the continent as a continental grouping. What are the Ghanaians going to do with the Kenyans and the Nigerians and the South Africans? But before we go to the Nigerians, I think we should have a sense of who we are first, since they are 10 times our size. If we go weak, we will become weaker. But we should have a sense of self before we then start talking about what are we going to do with. I've already gotten some contact with some of you in the space. I'd encourage as many of us as are willing to share contact information as well. And then I guess my closing remarks are here to bigger and better things regarding digital humanities on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we do one picture? Can we do a group picture? I don't even know who the photo driver is going to be. Who has a good camera? You take a picture of everybody. Okay. Here or we should go outside? Alex.
I prefer lighting. Also, this is good lighting with the sunset. We go
Hey.
outside, a beautiful picture.
We are going to imagine we are in the Caribbean.
With the building, yeah. In the Caribbean, we like to have the picture with the building.
Okay. So outside we go.
Follow me to America.